Chapter 597. Male. The gods of 5 seasons naturally had their own plans. At the crucial moment, an unknown power intertwined with the minds of Lu Yu, Qian Zhen, and Mo Chao, Zhou Bu, and Jiao Yang. They wanted to wake up. Unfortunately, Gu Chansha had already calculated this situation. If he hadn't cultivated the medium-class world, it would have been difficult to get rid of the backlash. But now it was a piece of cake. Even when the gods of 5 seasons worked together, they hadn't been able to create a medium-class world. With the power of a medium-class world, even the gods of 5 seasons at their peak were no match for it. This was why when Gu Chansha pressured the aristocratic families in the imperial court, the old antiques of the aristocratic families could only admit defeat. Even the Dharma saint had to avoid him. Medium class, Gu Chansha pointed. Instantly, the power of the medium-class world was activated. It wrapped around the 5 and started to spin. Bursts of light flashed, causing the 5 to be destroyed and reborn thousands of times. Finally, their mana condensed and turned into 5 great existences. Lu Yu turned into a spring breeze, spring rain, and spring spirit. All the beautiful scenery of spring was transformed by his mana. He was the god of spring. As for the others, they turned into summer thunder and torrential rain. The blazing hot season, the scorching sun roasting the earth. The austere autumn, withering, maturing, and harvesting. The icy world of winter, the cold, and the collection. The ancient 5 seasons were executed alternately according to the changes in the dermic powers of the 5. At this time, the 5 truly became the embryonic form of the gods of 5 seasons. When the 5 worked together, they could recreate the mystery of the ancient 5 seasons. In ancient times, the real change of seasons came after spring and summer. Although the weather was hot, there were many storms, thunder, floods, and hail. The weather was ever-changing. This was summer. After summer came the hot season. There was basically no rain. The scorching sun hung in the sky all day, roasting the mountains and rivers. In ancient times, there were as many as 10 scorching suns in the sky, which was even more unbearable. Later, after 9 suns were shot down, only 1 was left. Thus, the hot season was canceled and merged into summer. But in reality, the end of summer and the beginning of autumn were still very hot. In medicine, this changing season was now called the long summer. There were 18 days, also known as the 18 autumn tigers. This was the mystery of the change of the 4 seasons. The 4 seasons of the ancient era and the current era actually had similarities. From the changes in the seasons now, one could find the pattern of the 5 seasons of the ancient era. After Gu Chansha was done with this matter, he also comprehended the similarities and differences between the ancient year and the current year. He had a deeper understanding of the concept of time in heaven and earth. At this moment, Lu Yu and the others had all transformed into innate sages. Long Zifei and Lu Huayue had also transformed into innate sages. Wonderful. Tai Xian was a little envious. From now on, Calm Celestial Department, along with Green Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, there will be a total of 16 natural saints. In terms of potential, the Tranquil Immortal Department is indeed number 1 in the world. Among the younger generation of the Black Heaven Earth sect, the only innate saint, Xian Exin, was killed by the Heavenly Talisman Emperor. There were a few unparalleled geniuses, but what was the use of them? 100 peerless geniuses can't even compare to an innate saint. Whether it's in terms of prayer or future achievements, an innate saint is far superior to a peerless genius. This is an insurmountable gap. Chang Weiyang said, "It seems like the divine prefecture that you've been managing has started to explode in the past 7 months." Wish. This chapter is not finished. Please continue to the next page. The power poured down like a waterfall of the Milky Way. Chang Weiyang could see clearly that at the top of the Tree of Wishes, there was a void tunnel. The golden power of wishes mixed with a bit of green color fell down and was absorbed by the Tree of Wishes. Through its roots, it was transmitted to every corner of the medium-class world. A big family had a big business, and the expenses were also big. After the medium-class world was formed, the supplies needed were also incomparable to before. It was like the common people nowadays. A family of 10 only needed a few yuan to eat and wear warm clothes. A rich family could easily have a few hundred or even 1,000 people. The daily necessities, social interactions, rewards, and luxurious expenses were probably more than 100 times. In the past, the power of wishes of the divine prefecture was more than enough for the operation of the medium-class world. But now, the operation of the medium-class world, if the divine prefecture was still the same as before, it would not be able to make ends meet. Fortunately, Gu Chansha had obtained all of Xiao Donglai's god-level cultivation talismans, as well as the Amitabha banner, the wintry pearl, the blade of law enforcement, the hurricane gourd, the splendid bamboo brush, the 10,000 army saber, the 100-mountain fan, and the 3,000-week water cauldron. With these primordial treasures, Wu Pagong had become a laborer. With the cultivation of a god-level master, he had activated the Great People's Salvation Scripture to form the Azure Dragon Tower. Now that the tower was suppressing the divine prefecture, it not only strengthened the boundary by 1,000 times, but also increased the number of people inside. Jean Suebo relied on the advantage of the imperial court's calming immortal department to once again expand the net of the immortal Dao. Now, there are more than 500,000 cultivators in the divine prefecture. Of course, the requirements for recruiting cultivators were not as strict. As long as they were above the Dao realm, they could all be accepted. In the past, the environment of the divine prefecture was bad, and the distance was long, so it was difficult to guide cultivators there. Think about it. Even a cultivator who had cultivated 10 transformations would have to fly for a few months to barely reach the divine prefecture. On the sea, they might even encounter a storm and die. If they wanted to reach the divine prefecture safely, they would have to cultivate to the golden core level. But now, with the addition of a god-level master as a laborer and a few more tiers in the void, a large number of cultivators could be guided into the divine prefecture. This way, the population of the divine prefecture would naturally skyrocket. In addition, a large number of sea creatures would turn into humans. Of course, these humans still needed to be educated before they could become real people. Otherwise, their intelligence would not be as good as that of natural humans. Gu Chansha deduced the Holy Dragon Heart Sutra for 7 months. Time passed quickly, and it was now the 28th year of the Heavenly Talisman. During these 7 months, while he was cultivating here, he did not relax his observation of the outside world. The general situation of the world had already stabilized. After that imperial court conference, all the aristocratic families had holed up like turtles and did not even dare to interfere with the local affairs of the state. Without the interference of the aristocratic families, the governors of the various provinces immediately had their hands full. Without any hindrances, the various political affairs immediately became much clearer. The aristocratic families were indeed the cancer of the world. For example, the legalism in the Dharma province and the Wu clan in the Wu province. The aristocratic families were huge, and even the outer disciples had hundreds of thousands or millions of people. All of them were used to being arrogant and despotic. Sometimes they would beat up and kill some people. The local officials could not handle it, and could only communicate with the upper echelons of the aristocratic families. The upper echelons of the aristocratic families naturally protected their own people, and the case was left unsettled. Many unjust cases were left unsettled. This chapter is not finished. Please continue to the next page. Once cleared, the grievances would sink to the bottom of the sea. The aristocratic family's disciples were also used to being arrogant and despotic when doing business, robbing and robbing. They did not even care about the business of the government. When the Heavenly Talisman, Heavenly Emperor was still around, things were better. The aristocratic families did their best to restrain their disciples. But the Heavenly Talisman, Heavenly Emperor had been in seclusion for many years, and Wu Dankong was the regent. He did his best to rope in the aristocratic families and resist the calmness Immortal Bureau. From then on, the situation began to worsen. The aristocratic families colluded with Wu Dankong, borrowing the power of the Clearsky Chamber of Commerce among the people. It It was unknown how many families were destroyed and their properties were plundered. During these 7 months, Lu Baiwe and the Fourth relied on the power of the Calmness Immortal Bureau's dimensional world. The entire imperial court was united as they conducted investigations on the Clearsky Chamber of Commerce, the Sun and Moon Division, the Hongyun Games, and the National Fortune Party. After that, they began to attack the aristocratic families, settling all the blood debts that their disciples had committed. In this way, not only was the rule of law in the imperial court clear, the Calmness Immortal Bureau was also greatly praised. Wu Dankong, the Crown Prince, and Gu Tanjian, these 3 major powers had completely retired. Although the Crown Prince, Gu Xinsha, still maintained his title as the Crown Prince, he was completely in seclusion. Most of the officials in the imperial court did not pay him a visit. His mediocre and incompetent reputation had already spread throughout the world. Although Wu Dankong was still the regent, she no longer participated in the major decisions of the study room. She seemed to have disappeared into thin air, because she knew that the Calmness Immortal Bureau had completely seized the authority. Basically, no one in the imperial court would listen to her. Even if the heavenly talisman, Heavenly Emperor, had bestowed her with the authority of the regent, it would be useless. As the saying goes, a just cause enjoys abundant support. An unjust cause finds little support. If the people in the world do not support you, the civil and military officials despise you and hate you to the bone. So what if you have great authority? In a short period of time, all the forces under Wu Dankong's command vanished into thin air. Basically, the devil disaster did not break out. It seemed to be in a stable period. The devil clan was preparing again. It seemed that they were going to summon more experts. The devil clan also knew that the Calmness Immortal Bureau had created a medium-sized world. If they entered the palace on a large scale, the gains would not make up for the losses. However, the Sin province had been occupied by many devil clan. Then, sporadic experts of the devil clan appeared everywhere. They came and went, killing in the common people. The common people also organized forces to capture the devil clan. The 2 sides were in a cold war, but everyone knew that this cold war would not last long. The next wave of brewing would definitely be bigger. Even the lowest-ranking officials would not think that the devil disaster would pass just like that. The first devil disaster was just a catharsis, because a large number of devil clan rushed out of the bottomless sea of sin and began to make trouble everywhere in the common people. All the common people became nervous and began to practice martial arts and cultivate with all their might. No matter how lazy or stupid they were, when faced with a threat to their lives, they could only cultivate with all their might. Only then would they have a chance to resist. The real oppression of the devil disaster had arrived, and the common people were shaken. With the guidance of the Calmness Immortal Bureau, the whole Great Yonko was running completely. Instead of panicking because of the outbreak of the devil disaster, everyone was full of fighting spirit. Without the constraints of the aristocratic families, Wu Dankong and the Crown Prince causing trouble in the court, the Calmness Immortal Bureau guided the officials and cooperated with the Heavenly Craftsman Institute. The sales of a large number of weapons and elixirs became more popular. There were even many radical experts among the common people who came up with the slogan of killing into the devil's area and capturing the devil clan. Why was it that over the years, only the devil disaster attacked the human beings, but the human beings could not attack the devil clan? Many people wanted to change this history. Into this chapter. Chapter 598. Lu Baiwe, Gu Chansha, Gu Huasha, Zhugeya, Jin Subwa, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. These were the 9 saints. Then there were Lu Yu and the other 4, Long Zai Fei, and Lu Huayue. These were the 16 saints. The Calming Immortal Department's talent pool could be considered rich and complete. Of course, Gu Qinsha was not satisfied with this. His goal was to turn his little godson, Long Yun, Jade Frostdew, and Bao Ming'er into innate saints. They were currently cultivating the dragon nurturing technique and dragon creation technique, and were also peerless geniuses. However, they had not accumulated enough. If he wanted to promote them to innate saints, he was afraid that he would need a lot of holy dragon chi. Therefore, Gu Chunsha promoted 7 of them first. Next, he still had to find the holy dragon chi. There were no more on Gu Xingjin's side, but there would definitely still be some on the mighty miracle god side. Through Gu Shangjian, he could communicate with the mighty miracle god, and might even be able to plot against this god. In the past, Gu Qinsha did not have much confidence. But now it was different. Once the medium-class realm was built, he would have the capital to contend against anything. With the establishment of the small divine province and the stable operation of the world, the Common People's Wish Institute blossomed everywhere. The calming immortal department grasped the power of the world, and the power of the vow became more and more tyrannical. In any case, it was barely able to maintain the operation of the medium-class realm and prevent it from withering. If he wanted the medium-class realm to become stronger, then besides managing the world and gathering the power of will, as the creator, Gu Chansha had to become a god. But now, it seemed that Zhuge Ye, who was also a creator, would be the fastest to reach the god level. Even if he had a god level, the flexibility of the medium-class realm would be greatly increased. After Zhuge Ye obtained the world-burying coffin, he obtained 2 sets of the 7-star esoteric meanings and mastered the 9-fold true dragon technique. When his quality was comparable to that of a warlock saint's, he directly broke through from the 25th transformation of the undying body to the 27th transformation of the seamless realm. And when the minor dimension ascended to the medium dimension, he broke through once more, reaching the 28th transformation, crushing vacuum. Over the past 7 months of cultivation, he had solidified his foundation and was now firmly at the 29 transformations of primordial chaos. His cultivation speed was much faster than Wenhong's. Of course, the current Zhuge Ye's aptitude was almost at the level of the king of sages. No natural-born sages in history could compare to him. Even if the Lord of the Sun and Moon, who had never appeared in history and only existed in legends, had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, he was probably on par with him, or perhaps just a little bit stronger. Of course, whether or not there would be a Lord of the Sun and Moon was still a mystery. After all, no one had ever seen one. Zhuge Ye now had the aptitude, countless techniques and memories, and the support of the medium dimension. With the help of the Department of Tranquility and the great destiny of the human Tao, it wasn't strange for him to have this kind of achievement. Ever since becoming the Lord of the 7 Stars, Zhuge Ye's cultivation had almost no obstacles. Breaking through one realm after another was as easy as eating and drinking. Moreover, Zhuge Ye had the support of the medium dimension and the Tree of Wishes. To outsiders, this cultivation speed was inconceivable. But to people like Chong Weiyang and Tai Xian, it was because he needed to stabilize his foundation that he hadn't done it in one go. Otherwise, Zhuge Ye would have already become a god. The primeval dragon gate's sacred dragon mantra is truly mysterious and profound. Chong Weiyang stood up. But the sacred dragon mantra you deduced only has 1% of its profundities. Unless I enter the primeval dragon gate, I won't be able to obtain more of the sacred dragon mantra. I've already given the dragon-raising mantra and the dragon-making mantra, as well as the sacred dragon mantra I comprehended, to the 2 headmasters. If you pass them on to your disciples, it won't be long before a large number of peerless geniuses are born in the sect. Gu Qinsha didn't hold anything back. This wasn't the time to hold anything back. The demon calamity seemed to be in a cold war, but a second eruption would be extraordinary. The demons were waiting for an opportunity. Perhaps they were waiting for the 3 Empyreans to make a move. Perhaps they were waiting for some other powerful change in the world. This is the Dragon Nurturing Heart Sutra, the Dragon Creation Heart Sutra. The Holy Dragon Sutra is a supreme mysterious art that can seize the fortune of heaven and earth, a method to change the heavens and earth. Once we obtain it, we will definitely face a great calamity, Chong Weiyang said. However, this is the only way we can pull the 3 heavenly sovereigns down from their positions. The 3 Empyreans don't have the sacred dragon mantra. These 3 mantras cannot be taught to outsiders. Now, We will learn them within the sect, Tai Xian said, especially the sacred dragon mantra. Although it's only about 1%, it can be combined with the dragon-raising mantra and the dragon-making mantra to break through the limit. After the disciples learn it, they will far surpass ordinary, peerless geniuses and approach half-saints. I'm about to break through to the God realm. Zhuge said, Sect masters, please return to your sects and make preparations. Observe the Crimson Firmament Mystic Gate and the Nine Swords Mystic Gate. Once I break through to the deity realm, I'll exterminate these two mystical gates, especially the Crimson Firmament Gate. We must capture, kill, and devour them. Otherwise, it will be difficult to intimidate the immortal Tao. Very good. The structure of the immortal Tao is about to change. Chang Weiyang nodded. In these 7 months, we have received many benefits from the Celestial Commerce Department. It seems that we are about to overturn the Black Heaven-Earth Gates rule. If you become a god, your control over this medium-class world will greatly increase. Right? I have one more thing to ask. Tai Xian said, if the Celestial Commerce Department increases production every day, how many pieces of a Human Dragon 3-piece set can you produce? Our Tai Fantasy sect has about billions of people, including our own countries. Although it's not as large as the current Yonko, we still need a lot of resources. If the Celestial Commerce Department can supply us, it won't be difficult for our Tai Fantasy sect to promote to a medium-class world. Each Xianmin sect had a large number of mortals. They established their own countries in the East Wilderness and gathered faith to enrich the small-class world. As the second most powerful sect in the Immortal Tao, Tai Fantasy sect occupied a large number of spiritual mountains and treasured lands in the East Wilderness. Its land area was even larger than that of the Divine Land. On this vast land, countless mortals lived and multiplied generation after generation. They believed in Heavenly Lord Tai and ruled the country with Taoism. Completely different from the Divine Land, there were at least billions of mortals in the land under the control of Tai Fantasy sect. These mortals formed countries and offered sacrifices to Heavenly Lord Tai every year, which provided a lot of strength of faith for Tai Fantasy sect. Now that Tai Fantasy sect had gained all the orthodoxies of Heavenly Lord Tai in the Tai Pearl, Tai Xian prepared to govern these mortal countries. With such a large population, it was hard for Tai Xian to govern them. When he found that Gu Chansha and the others could govern the countries easily, he wanted to acquire resources and strategies. A powerful cultivation base didn't mean that one could govern a country. It was totally different. Even though our Celestial Commerce Department promoted to a medium-class world and our wish tree was fully mature, we could only produce 5 million human dragon pills a day. As for human dragon swords and human dragon armors, we could only produce about 100,000 sets a day. It's not enough to supply all the people in the world, not to mention Tai Fantasy sect. It's not impossible to increase the production, but it would hinder the operation of the entire world, which would create a vicious cycle. The loss outweighs the gain. Zhuge said, after calculation and optimization, we can produce 5 million human dragon pills, 100,000 sets of human dragon swords and human dragon armors every day. This is the best result. These pills are taken by our disciples. When our disciples pray, they will generate the strength of hope to promote the operation of the world. Then, they will produce new human dragon pills, human dragon swords, and human dragon armors. One more will make us fat. One less will make us thin. It seems that after the calm, immortal department ascends to become a dimensional realm, they will have to carefully plan everything in order to be able to support themselves for a long time. Otherwise, they will gradually decline. The larger they are, the more they need to be meticulous about everything. Zhuge said, I've just watched the countries with billions of people in Tai continent under Tai Fantasy sect. I found that Tai Fantasy sect doesn't have a good way of governing a country. If I govern it, the cohesiveness of the people in this country would increase by at least dozens of times. Additionally, I don't need to inject any resources. I can just carry out a reform. The cohesiveness of the people would increase by dozens of times? Tai Xian was shocked. Only by the reform of the country? What about governing a country in the divine land? It's very difficult to govern a country in the divine land. There are many obstacles. There are immortal sects, barbarians, demons, major clans. Additionally, the fortune of the divine land is extraordinary. It's the center of the world, the core of the world, and has endless changes. It's very difficult to control the divine land. From far ancient times to modern times, there's only one heavenly talisman emperor. Zhuge Ye said. However, the Tai continent that Tai fantasy sect founded in the East Wilderness is different. This continent is dominated by Tai fantasy sect. Everything is decided by Tai fantasy sect. Therefore, it's very easy to reform. As long as we use some means to combine yin and yang, the cohesiveness of the country would increase. What is yin and yang combined? Tai Xian asked humbly. He knew that in a few years, Zhuge Ye's power would completely surpass his. Activate the sense of crisis and create confrontation. The people are not at ease. In the Tai continent, there are many countries that fight with each other. However, don't hurt them. Just give them pressure. Now, the people in the Tai continent are too comfortable. They all belong to Tai fantasy sect. No one has the will to fight. Doesn't that mean they can die? Worry and hard work can make a country prosper. Zhuge Ye said. However, everyone knows this. It's a pity that governing a country is not that simple. Creating a confrontation could easily ignite wildfire and turn the confrontation into hatred. That would not be worth the loss. Zhuge Ye was very wise. He had obtained all of Jiang Gongwang's thoughts on governing a country and the experiences of dozens of ancient emperors. Create a confrontation, but control the fire well. Don't let the confrontation turn into hatred. This was simply controlling and using the human heart. Even the ancient sages who could create things out of nothing, such as dust in the primordial world, incarnation, embodiment, etc., couldn't guess the changes in the human heart. The sky wasn't high, but the human heart was the highest. The way of governing a country depended on the human heart. The use of this way was above that of sages. Recently, I've been updating about 10,000 words a day for 3 consecutive months. I'm a bit sick. My eyes are blurry and I can't stop tearing up. My waist, shoulders, and neck also have problems. I need to take a rest. From now on, I will update twice a day. The third update at night will wait until I recover. Chapter 599. After Zhuge Ye and Tai Xian Duchong Weiyan's discussion, the two sect masters returned with great rewards. However, no matter how rich they were, it was still extremely difficult to turn their sect's minor chiliocosm into a medium-grade world. Unless the two sects merged and had a huge fortuitous encounter, there would be hope. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the two sects to become medium-grade worlds within the next few hundred years. The world was changing with each passing day. Every few years, there would be a change. Who knew what it would be like after a few hundred years? The world was currently in the midst of an unprecedented change. When do you think the second devil disaster will happen? Gu Qinsha waited for the two sect masters to leave before discussing with Zhuge Ye. Zhuge Ye was about to become a god-rank expert. He would gain a lot from all sorts of comprehensions and mutual verification with Gu Qinsha. Within 3 to 5 years, it will definitely happen again, and it will be even more violent. Our medium-grade world might not be able to withstand it. Zhuge Ye was not happy because of the temporary victory of the Celestial Tranquility Department. On the contrary, he was somewhat worried. The Sky Devil race has not appeared yet. The Sky Devil race also has a medium-grade world, and it is much deeper than our sphere. If we fight them, we will definitely lose. However, the Sky Devil race does not dare to joke about this. If we fight to the death, their medium-grade world will also suffer great damage, so they do not dare to fight. The reason why the Devil race does not dare to attack is because of Father's golden token. It has intimidated many powerful existences. Gu Qinsha thought of the Lei family's extreme Thunder Source and extreme Thunderblood ancestor. They were still kneeling in the plaza in front of the imperial court, cursing all day and night. However, no one cared about them. The civil and military officials would sometimes hurriedly pass by, cursing and spitting on their faces. And Liu Baiwa IV was even more impressive. He opened up the Imperial Court Plaza, allowing many commoners and organizations to visit the kneeling god-rank ancestors as long as they applied. Immediately, the nosy people among the commoners surged, breaking through the doorway. The Lei family's reputation was almost completely ruined. The 10th prince, Guzhen Shah, had completely shut himself in and no longer had the face to appear in front of anyone. As for the two patriarchs of the Lei family, Lightning Extreme Essence and Lightning Extreme Blood, they wanted to die as well. However, they were sealed and could neither live nor die. They could only kneel there and suffer humiliation. The medallion left behind by His Majesty has indeed intimidated powerful existences this time. However, I have a feeling that the medallion left behind by His Majesty will lose its effect at any time. Because the world has reached a critical juncture, we have to be careful. Zhuge Yu is still worried about this problem. However, we could take advantage of His Majesty's remaining power to show off again. We can harvest the Wu clan. The Wu clan isn't in a hurry to harvest. Guzhen Shah said, this time, the world's aristocratic families suffered a great loss. However, Dharma Saint has already achieved his own merits. This loss has caused the world's aristocratic families to cooperate sincerely and put aside their grudges to work together against our Celestial Tranquility Department. We left the Wu clan behind to see what these people are plotting. Wu Dangkong and the Crown Prince are also in seclusion. In fact, they are also discussing how to wait for an opportunity to make a comeback. We have to keep track of their every move at all times. There is another person worth paying attention to. That is Li Wanlong of the Nest of 10,000 Dragons. This demon lord has not made any big moves, but his ambition is greater than any other overlord. Zhuge Yu said, previously, when we dealt with the 3 great apes, we actually did him a favor. We allowed him to completely subdue the 3 great apes and the ape tribe. If my guess is correct, he is currently restraining himself because he wants to break through to the realm above the 36 transformations and become a celestial venerable. That way, he can truly become the lord of 10,000 demons. He might even surpass the previous demon tribes and obtain the true destiny of the demon race. This demon is indeed worth being wary of. No matter what, our Celestial Tranquility Department has now gained a firm foothold. In order to prevent the Divine Prefecture from becoming more chaotic and losing its foundation, I have established the small Divine Prefecture in advance. That is how it is. Now, we should accumulate more resources in preparation for the great calamity in the future. Guzhen Shah said, for the time being, there will not be any large-scale movements from the demon calamity. It will only be small-scale disturbances and probes. It just so happens that we can strengthen the way of governing a country and unite the hearts of the people again. The power of wishes produced will also be dozens of times greater. This is indeed feasible. Ever since the aristocratic families did not interfere, we cleaned up the murders caused by the aristocratic families in the past and set things right. We arrested a large number of aristocratic families' disciples and put them on trial or killed them. The people of the world have great trust in us, and their unity has more than doubled. I can clearly feel the power of wishes boiling. It can be seen that with the same number of people, as long as we can obtain their approval, the power of the people's hearts will increase infinitely, Zhuge Yu said. If a person sincerely believed in it, they would feel gratitude from the bottom of their heart. They would definitely work hard for it. The power of wishes that had exploded was extremely huge. It was completely different from those who were forced to believe in it, who did not agree with it, and who said one thing but meant another. It was the same for the destiny of the country. Everyone in the world worked hard. Everyone was brimming with emotions. If the people's hearts were united, the destiny of the entire country would be unprecedentedly strengthened. If the people's hearts were lax and completely disappointed in the imperial court, then even if the country was rich in resources, it would still fall apart. Under the chaos of the people's hearts, ambitious and ruthless people would also take advantage of the situation to rise up. Gu Chansha and Zhuge Ye had already comprehended the secrets of the human heart. They felt that after suppressing the aristocratic families through a series of methods and operations, the power of wishes obtained by the calming immortal department had doubled. Some of the emperor's aura had even begun to gather inside the sphere. With the replenishment of this power, the sphere's circulation became much more flexible. Some of the desolate spaces also began to give birth to vitality. Because of this, Zhuge Ye and Gu Qinsha's understanding of the hearts of the people of the world and the way of governing a country had deepened. They had now figured out some methods and secrets. They could see that even now, the destiny of the entire country and the people's hearts still had a lot of potential that could be excavated. The power of the human heart was actually limitless. A long time ago, the true God accepted the faith of the people and divided the believers into false believers, shallow believers, deep believers, and fanatics. At the same realm and with the same aptitude, the power of faith produced by a fanatic was more than 100 times that of a shallow believer. The way of governing a country is the same. The way of governing a country is the support, trust, approval, unity, progress, ideals, hope, and other emotions in the heart. Zhuge Ye said, "So now that the country is facing the invasion of the devil disaster, the people's hearts are united and unprecedentedly united. This is an opportunity. If there is no devil disaster, everyone will be at ease and will be less hot-blooded. In this case, the people's hearts will instead scatter. The way of governing a country is to grasp the hearts of the people." Gu Qinsha once again comprehended and conversed. This was greatly beneficial to his own cultivation. What do you think of the Buddhist sect? The Human Dragon Guild has made a great contribution this time, and it was also supported by the calming immortal department that they managed to resist the invasion of the devil race. However, this may not be a good thing. The Buddhist sect has used this contribution to gain quite a bit of reputation among the people. If the Buddhist sect were to expand rapidly, it would be a great loss to the fate of the country. So while we are making use of the Buddhist sect, we must also contain them and let them exhaust the devil race's strength. After the devil disaster is over, we will have to abandon them. Zhuge Ye saw it very clearly. The Buddhist sect has a fatal weakness, and that is that they do not produce. Moreover, they cannot give birth to new life. Their goal is to be liberated, not to prolong the race. "I will take note of this matter," Gu Qinsha said. "After this, the strength of the aristocratic families will be further weakened. For your highness, what you need to do now is to raise your realm and comprehend the divergent so that you can quickly cultivate to the deity level. As long as your highness can cultivate to the deity level, you will even be able to operate this dimensional realm freely." Zhuge Ye grasped the crux of the matter. "In terms of comprehending the divergent, I'm almost there." Gu Qinsha nodded and said, "Next, I'm just short of a crucial fortuitous encounter. I'll go take a look at the small divine region first. We must be on guard at all times over there." Rumble. Gu Qinsha stepped into a space-time passageway and arrived at the small divine region at the next moment. At this moment, the Tsang Biasis Dragon Pagoda was getting bigger and bigger, reaching a height of 10,000 zhong and taking up a radius of 10 li. This was the transformation after it had fused with many primordial divine weapons. At the highest level of this pagoda, Wu Pagong, who was also known as Yi Gong, was constantly doing hard labor. It was not that he had never thought of plundering this small divine region and turning it into his own treasures and territory. The more he condensed this small divine region, the more astonished he was. He also coveted it. If he could obtain this small divine region, the power he would obtain would be immense. The condensation of his microscopic world would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. However, every time he had this thought, the curse in his body would immediately erupt, tormenting him to the point that he would rather die than live. As time passed, he accepted his fate and no longer dared to have any delusions. He could only painstakingly condense it to avoid suffering even greater pain and torment. Moreover, as soon as his thoughts moved, Gu Qinsha would know clearly. Whoosh! When Gu Qinsha arrived, he saw that Igong was still continuously condensing the Tsang Bias's Dragon Pagoda. During these days, this person had many bad thoughts. This was a matter of course. As one of the ancestors of the Wu clan, how could he be willing to be a slave here? Igong, during these days, your heart has been filled with dissatisfaction. Gu Qinsha fiercely said, "It seems that it will be difficult for me to subdue you. If I keep you here, you will definitely become a great calamity. Tell me, should I cripple your cultivation and turn you into an existence like Xiao Donglai?" Igong was so frightened that his entire body trembled. He hurriedly knelt down and said, "Spare me, Prince, spare me. I have already completely controlled my delusions. I don't dare to do anything. God-tier experts can already control their delusions." Gu Qinsha said, "It's a pity that your heart is still filled with hatred for my calming immortal department. Remember, if you have any delusions again, I will immediately strike you down to the mortal world." Chapter 600. Honglong. Lightning rippled above the small god continent, and it seemed like it was about to rain. The living being in a giant lake raised its head and looked at the purple lightning in the sky. It called out, "Guys, it is a huge opportunity, a huge opportunity." This living being was actually a long-sword kuan, an ancient mutated species. It was huge and was thousands of feet long. Large amounts of Xiantian energy surged out from its body. It was actually at the 12th transformation of the Dao realm, soul, stealing realm. This sword kuan was originally a divine beast of Dragon Word Island, and had followed Long Yuyun for a very long time. Back then, it had even guarded Gu Qinsha's fief. Later on, it had moved to the small divine continent, where it cultivated bitterly and commanded many marine creatures. It had already activated the ancient Kuanpung bloodline in its body, but it was precisely because of this that it hadn't taken human form. Voila! Along with the sword kuan's call, many living beings appeared in the lake that was connected to the ocean. Most of them had human bodies, but their heads were still animal heads. However, they could speak the human language. "Lord Sword Kuan, what is the huge opportunity?" the living beings in the ocean asked. "Sky dew is about to descend. Look, the lightning is purple. The sky dew this time is not a small matter. All of you need to absorb more, and it will be much easier for you to transform." The sword kuan said. As soon as it finished speaking, the entire small divine province was filled with a downpour. This downpour was the heavenly dew, and it was 90% as effective as the heavenly dew. The sword kuan flew up, opened its mouth, and swallowed the sky dew. Who knew how much it swallowed? Its body started to change. It wriggled and actually shed its skin. Arms and legs grew out, and then its head turned into a human head. Honglong. It turned into a giant and was unable to shrink. It had to cultivate to Dao Realm Transformation 19 and reach size manipulation before it could become the size of a normal person. In this lake, the living beings that had absorbed a large amount of heavenly dew and rainwater once again set off a wave of humanization. Gu Qinsha stood on the dragon tower and formed many seals. He used his own power to cause the sky dew rain to descend. With his current cultivation, the sky dew rain that he created had 90% of the effects of the real sky dew. Once it descended, large amounts of living beings in the small god continent would obtain the power to transform into humans once more. A single rain saved at least 100 years of cultivation for living beings. This was the power of his heavenly Dao technique. This rain lasted for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn before Gu Qinsha retracted his magic power. This was because it was just in time. If it continued to rain, he would lose his essence, and the gains would not make up for the losses. Igong was shocked as he saw this. He didn't speak. He knew that it was impossible for him to contend with Gu Qinsha. Even if he didn't have a dimensional realm, he feared that he wouldn't be a match for Gu Qinsha's ever-changing methods. Moreover, Gu Qinsha's potential was enormous. As long as he rose a few more boundaries, then he would be able to play with him in the palm of his hand. After the sky, dew rain fell in the small god continent. Gu Chunsha instructed Jean Suebwa on how to manage it. Your Highness, the small god continent is still accepting a large number of immortal cultivators. However, ever since Xian and roped in the experts of the second and third-rate sects, those giants like Taoist Calming Disorder and Longevity God have formed another alliance called the Myriad Immortal Alliance. They are specifically targeting our Calming Immortal division. Many sects have begun to merge, seemingly to form a new celestial gate. Moreover, they have received a lot of support. Now, they are also fighting with us for cultivators. Jean Suebwa's expression was not good. What Taoist Calming Disorder and Longevity God? They're just trash gods, nothing to worry about. Gu Qinsha said, unless they unite and form a minor kiliacosm, there will be some small troubles, but it is not a big deal. That's impossible. This motley crew can only stop our small god continent from expanding among the second and third-rate sections. Our small god continent has fused with so many primordial treasures, but it is still far from becoming a minor kiliacosm. Jean Suebwa smiled and said, however, their interference has caused a lot of trouble in our recruitment. Moreover, it is said that all the great clans, Black Heaven and Earth Sect, and even Wu Dangkong and the Crown Prince have given their support to this Myriad Immortal Alliance. Now, in the Eastern Wilderness, the second and third-rate sects are like the carps crossing the river. If all of them are absorbed by them, I'm afraid they will become a huge force. But there's something strange. I've never heard of the alliance leader of the Alliance of 10,000 Immortals. Oh, who is it? Gu Qinsha's interest was piqued. It's a man wearing a bronze mask. I don't know if he's a man or a woman, but he has a code name, Wan Senshi. Jean Suebwa said, this man is unfathomable. He hasn't made his move yet, but his means of drawing in second and third-rate cultivators is very exquisite. His management and operation are all above mine. More importantly, Taoist Calming Disorder and Longevity God, as well as other powerful deities, actually listened to his arrangements and were very respectful. This shows that this man's identity is not to be underestimated. I wonder where he came from. You are very knowledgeable in the immortal path, but you don't even know him. This shows how mysterious this man is. Myriad Immortal Alliance, Master Immortal. This clearly means that this man is the master of immortals. Gu Qinsha said, even the Black Heaven Earth sect leader wouldn't dare to call him that. Instead, it's the three great celestial venerables who think they're the masters of all immortals. However, this person is definitely not one of the three great celestial venerables. If he is, there is no need to hide. Just issue an immortal order. The development of the Myriad Immortal Alliance is like a rolling snowball, growing bigger and bigger. Not only the second and third-rate sects, even the Nine Swords Mystical Gate and Crimson Cloud sect have joined the alliance. Jean Suebwa said, even they think that Wan Senshi is trustworthy. It seems that some of the ancient antiques from the ancient times have come out. Gu Qinsha frowned. These antiques are not willing to be left out. The Nine Swords Mystical Gate and Crimson Cloud sect are afraid that we will attack their sections. They're so afraid that they're desperate to find a doctor. According to the rules of the past, among the second and third-rate sects, whoever dares to form an alliance will definitely be suppressed by the 72 ancient profound sections. They will not allow the 73rd profound sect to be born and destroy the balance, and seize the resources and territory of the Eastern Wasteland. But now, not only are they not suppressed, but they have joined. From this, it can be seen that Wan Senshi is indeed tyrannical, and it is also our Department of Calmness that has put great pressure on the Immortal Tao sections. Behind the Heavenly Craftsman Institute is the Immortal Master, and now there is this Wan Senshi. It seems that the situation has become complicated. I am afraid that the aristocratic families will rise from the ashes and make a comeback with the Myriad Immortal Alliance. This was what Jean Suebwa was worried about. It seems that I have to investigate the background of this Wan Senshi. Gu Qinsha said, this man suddenly appeared out of nowhere, stirred up the situation of the Immortal Tao, fought against our Department of Calmness, and even stole our recruitment plan. Only Your Highness Heavenly Tao can change. Jean Suebois said, I will do my best to expand on the periphery and recruit more disciples from the second and third-rate immortal Tao sections. We can't limit ourselves to the second and third-rate sections. In fact, among the 72 ancient profound sects, those who oppose us can also use schemes to make their disciples our spies. Our little China is now rich in resources, and with the human dragon set, the disciples of the immortal Tao will definitely succumb to the temptation. Gu Qinsha said, the colossus that is the 72 ancient profound sects must be dismantled and reorganized, or they will always be a great threat. Of course. Jean Suebois nodded. Gu Qinsha looked at Yi Gong a few more times, causing him to tremble inwardly. Only then did he take to the skies and leave. He did not go to the eastern wasteland, but to the central divine prefecture, where he cultivated in seclusion for 7 months. Although he knew what had happened to the world, he still wanted to take a closer look and comprehend it. Moreover, although he had left behind an incarnation to manage the human dragon assembly, the Buddhist sect's control over Qin Han was growing stronger, and his incarnation could not continue. Moreover, according to Jean Suebois, the alliance of myriad immortals had begun to sweep through the immortal Tao, and if they joined forces with many aristocratic families, they would definitely meddle in the affairs of the Central Divine Prefecture. Ever since the Dharma Saint's failure last time, the school of legalism had lost face and had not appeared again. Who knew what grand scheme he was plotting? On the surface, the Department of Immortal Tranquility controlled the court and the people, gaining great prestige and fortune. However, that was also on the surface. As the saying went, it was easy to dodge a spear in the open, but difficult to guard against a stab in the dark. When would these people launch their next scheme? And what exactly was it? Gu Qinsha knew nothing about any of this, and had to spy again to know himself and his enemy. The last fiend disaster, as well as a series of plans, had been spied on by Gu Qinsha in his Wudong Xing form. Wu Dankong, Gu Tanjian, and even the school of legalism had no secrets to speak of. That was the foundation of victory. This time, Gu Qinsha had been meditating in seclusion for 7 months, and he had not received any news from those aristocratic families. Even Wan Xinshi did not know that there was an alliance of myriad immortals in the mystical sect of immortals. Of course, this had nothing to do with him. It was impossible for him not to meditate in seclusion just to gather information. Moreover, when he was in seclusion, it was best to recall all his incarnations and merge them into one, so that he could make a big breakthrough. Otherwise, the more incarnations he divided, the harder it would be for him to break through, and his cultivation would not be pure. 7 months of seclusion was not a big deal for him. For ordinary cultivators, it was normal for them to meditate for 7 years or even 70 years. Soon, he flew to the edge of the Xin province. At this time, half of the mountains and rivers in the Xin province were occupied by the fiend race. Amidst the surging fiend qi, there were countless demon armies. However, in the other half of the Xin province, shrouded in golden light, was the temple of the human dragon assembly. Above the temple, countless scriptures circulated in the golden light, fighting against the fiend qi and preventing it from invading. Chapter 601. The Human Dragon Union has the backing of the Buddhist sect. I didn't recruit Qin Han into the Celestial Commerce Department because of this. The Buddhist sect is deep and vast. We can make use of them, but we definitely can't swallow them. Our Celestial Commerce Department doesn't have that much power. Gu Qinsha observed the Human Dragon Union for a long time and discovered that it had converted at least millions of demons and turned them into guardian Vajras. They built temples and ancient monasteries between Xin Province and the demons, then sat in them and chanted sutras. They actually gathered a lot of power of faith. Moreover, there were many adventurers and scholars outside who joined the Human Dragon Union. It was just that few joined the Buddhist sect. Of course, there were also many who learned the secret arts of the Buddhist sect. Now that the people were enlightened, Heavenly Talisman Great Emperor had abolished the gods and taught the people. And the Celestial Calmness Department was also vigorously promoting that there was no need for reverence, only desire, approval, ego, and ideals. Blind faith was foolish and ignorant. Gu Qinsha observed for a long time and found that it was not bad. He was somewhat satisfied. He believed that the Human-Dragon Union could be established and was an official organization, but the Buddhist sect could only be used and not allowed to develop. When should I have a talk with the Supreme Buddha of the Buddhist sect, or meet with the giants of the Buddhist sect? Gu Qinsha thought about this. With his own cultivation, compared to the transcendent Buddhas and some of the Buddhist sect masters, he was far too shallow, no different from an ant. But he was someone who possessed the heavenly Tao laws and was also the creator of a dimensional realm. This status was enough for him to speak on equal terms with the three Empyreans. It was that simple. The three celestial venerables paid great attention to the power of a dimensional realm. The Buddhist sect's mighty figures had yet to show their true strength. Gu Qinsha let the Human-Dragon Union operate here. In other words, if the demons wanted to attack, they would clash with the Buddhist sect. If the Buddhist sect wanted to develop and grow, they had to convert demons and gather faith. And the key was that after the Buddhist sect converted demons and turned them into guardian Vajras, they wouldn't develop. The Vajras transformed from demons were devout believers. But what they did every day was nothing more than building, fighting, and chanting sutras. It was impossible for them to operate, expand, and preach. Gu Qinsha knew that the Buddhist sect was currently lacking in talents. If they wanted to develop, it would be extremely difficult. They could only rely on the Jiao Jingxian Bureau. Furthermore, his incarnation was in charge of the overall situation of the Mandragon League. Any movements of the Buddhist sect could not be hidden from his eyes and ears. The Buddhist sect is particular about fate. If the Supreme Buddha or the Buddhist sect's big shots intentionally come to look for me, I will definitely meet them. Gu Qinsha observed the state of Xin Province. Right now, the Buddhist sect and the devil race did not make any moves, so he temporarily did not start a war. To the current imperial court, with every year that passed, their strength would increase by a lot. If they could delay it for several decades, then when Gu Qinsha reached the divine level, everything would be easily resolved. Of course, if they were able to drag things out for another year or so and continue to develop peacefully, Zhuge Yu would definitely be able to attain the divine level. This would be of great significance to the calming immortal department. A divine level like Zhuge Yu, with his identity as the Lord of Two Stars and the strength of the True Dragon method, was almost stronger than the 13 divine level old ancestors of the school of legalism. Gu Qinsha left Xin Province and came to the neighboring Jiang Province. Jiang Province and Xin Province were bordered by each other. As the name suggested, there were many rivers and countless underground springs that formed rivers that flowed in all directions. There were frequent floods, but the Heavenly Talisman Emperor had built a canal to connect the many rivers in Jiang Province, clearing the silt and dredging the river channels. The construction had begun in the first year of the Heavenly Talisman Emperor's reign, finally gathering all the rivers in Jiang Province, connecting the north, south, west, and east. Jiang Province is dredging the river channels and clearing the silt again? Gu Qinsha swept with his magic power, and all the scenery of the entire Jiang Province appeared before his eyes. He discovered that someone was using connate stellar energy, so he immediately descended. He discovered that a few Tao Realm 8 or 9 transformations cultivators were using their magic power to dredge the river channels under the supervision of the officials. The cultivators worked together, and their connate stellar energy burst forth, forming a huge palm in the air that grabbed at the river channels. Instantly, dozens of tons of silt were scooped up from the depths of the river, piled up in the distance, and placed in the fields, where it was extremely fertile. Then, the cultivators continued to fish and repair the silt. A river that was dozens of miles long, which had originally been piled up with silt and dried up, was now completely repaired in an hour. After the cultivators were done, the officials gave them their rewards, which were medicinal pills. In the distance, there are also a few cultivators using their connate stellar energy to mine rocks from mountains, transport them down, and build houses and roads. There were also some formations and feng shui layouts. Gu Qinsha nodded. He knew that this was the policy that the Celestial Calmness Bureau, the military governor, and the upper study had come up with after the Imperial Court Conference. It had united the cultivators of the immortal Tao and the human world. The Imperial Court had issued many missions, such as repairing bridges and roads, teaching students, opening up land for farming, dredging the river channels, smelting iron and steel, and a series of civil construction tasks for the cultivators to handle. The efficiency of cultivators was much greater than that of ordinary people. For example, the dredging of the river channels. Ordinary people would have to carry it on their shoulders, and it would take a long time to clean up a river that was dozens or even hundreds of miles long. However, cultivators could use their connate stellar energy to quickly finish digging. The Celestial Calmness Bureau was spreading the idea that the purpose of cultivation wasn't to fight and kill, but to build up production. They were working together with the government to promote the Immortals in the Human World project. The so-called Immortals in the Human World was to integrate a large number of cultivators with mortals, letting the mortals know that they, too, could reach this realm through cultivation. The cultivators would help the mortals in the human world. Not only could they comprehend the mysteries of the mortal world, but they could also complete various missions to obtain medicinal pills, spells, flying swords, armor, and other treasures. This way, it would also attract many cultivators of the immortal Tao. In the eastern wilderness, the 72 mystic sects of the immortal Tao had a large number of cultivators, and second- and third-rate mystic sects were as numerous as the hairs on an ox. In addition, there were countless wandering cultivators from overseas, and powerhouses who had come across fortuitous encounters among the common people. Add to this the devil calamity, and countless cultivators would come to the central plains in search of opportunities. In history, every devil calamity was both a tribulation and an opportunity. Because of the restlessness of the conflict between spirit and demon, countless treasures would appear due to the changes in the heavenly Taos. Because of this, many ordinary cultivators would obtain opportunities during the Great Calamity and become experts, or even high and mighty gods. Meanwhile, the original gods would fall and become skeletons. This was the case when a dynasty changed. It was clear that after the Devil Calamity, the number of cultivators roaming the Central Plains had increased. These cultivators flew high and low and didn't obey the law. They were difficult to manage and had a huge impact on public order. Although the Celestial Calmness Bureau could suppress them, there were too many cultivators, and there would always be a loophole in their defenses. Thus, the Celestial Calmness Bureau simply activated the Immortals in the Human World project and issued missions, using human dragon cores and all sorts of treasures to make cultivators work for the government. At the same time, they would register the cultivator's information. As long as a cultivator violated the law and issued a mission, many cultivators would go after him. This would actually create a balance. That is our Celestial Calmness Bureau's Mortal Life Pavilion. Gu Qinsha turned into a cultivator with a shake of his body. The aura was roughly at the Tao Realm 9th transformation, and he landed on a plain in Jiang Prefecture City. There was a huge pavilion built on that plain. It was majestic, and there were faint fluctuations of dermic power. This was the Mortal Life Pavilion built by the Celestial Calmness Bureau. It was used by many cultivators to issue missions, trade treasures, buy pills, and auction flying swords and armor. Jiang Prefecture was close to Xin Province, and most of Xin Province was occupied by demons. The government and commoners had all moved out, and the entire Xin Province was empty. There were no institutions of the government, and the army of the government was stationed at the border of Jiang Prefecture to defend against the demons at any time. Thus, Jiang Prefecture had become the front lines. As a result, Jiang Prefecture was filled with crooks and honest folk. Gu Chansha came to the side of the Mortal Life Pavilion and saw many tall cultivators. There were even some disciples of the ancient 72 sections. The small divine province was recruiting cultivators. There were already hundreds of thousands of them, but this was nothing compared to the countless sects of the eastern wastelands. There were still many cultivators who hadn't been recruited. Some cultivators were used to freedom and weren't willing to join any factions. Gu Chansha landed. There was a square outside the Mortal Life Pavilion. There were many huge stone steels that stood hundreds of feet tall. On the stone steels, there were constantly flashing lights. These lights were a type of spell that could display many words and images. They were missions issued. Many cultivators were gathered here to see if there were any opportunities to complete the missions issued by the Celestial Communist Bureau and the government to obtain the human dragon pill and other treasures. The human dragon pill was now all the rage in the celestial path. Any cultivator hoped to obtain it to strengthen their foundations. Moreover, the human dragon sword and human dragon armor were also very attractive. Even high-level cultivators had their own corresponding armor. The human dragon sword and human dragon armor were split into 7 levels, from 1 star to 7 stars. If the 7-star human dragon armor was forged now, it could reach the 27th transformation, the seamless realm of 2 worlds. However, creating such an armor consumed a lot of the Tree of Wishes power, so it wasn't worth it. Of course, to attract cultivators to fight for it, the Celestial Communist Bureau had the Tree of Wishes create a few sets as the finale. With the successful formation of the medium-sized world, the Tree of Wishes power was gradually perfected. When Zhuge reached the God Realm, the Tree of Wishes could create even more powerful armors and flying swords. There are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers here. Could they be from the alliance of 10,000 immortals? Gu Chansha pretended to be an itinerant cultivator of the celestial path and came to the square. He used his heavenly Tao art's magic power and found that there were a few extremely strong cultivators gathered here. There was even a hidden world power in one's body. He was actually a God Realm expert. However, this God Realm expert hid very well. The strength he showed was actually the same as Gu Chansha's, a Tao Realm 9 transformation glass J-body. Chapter 602. This person is the longevity god? If my guess is correct, although he has concealed himself very well, it is impossible for him not to be discovered by me. I can even detect traces of a warlock saint, let alone a god-level warlock. Gu Chansha used the Heaven Path technique to observe and notice that this hidden God Realm cultivator had the cultivation techniques of the ancient longevity god and blessing god. How rich was Gu Chansha's knowledge? He absorbed all the memories of Jiang Gongwang and Chang Yuzhou. Apart from that, he also absorbed all the knowledge and experiences of martial emperors. These were all peak experts of the Tao Realm 36 transformations. With the accumulation of knowledge, Gu Chansha pretty much knew all sorts of cultivation techniques, especially the ancient true god cultivation techniques. Although he didn't learn all of them, he knew about their characteristics, especially the longevity god and blessing god. They were the subjects of many ancient emperors and had a close relationship with Jiang Gongwang. In the 2nd and 3rd-rate immortal sects, there were a few powerful figures. Among them, Common Chaos was number 1. This person's cultivation was close to that of a saint. He had already reached the pinnacle of the 32 transformations, one thought to connect the heavens. However, due to his lack of talent, he could not condense the saint heart of truth. Moreover, Common Chaos created the chaos-conquering art, which could mediate the universe and activate the mysteries of creation. However, while Common Chaos was the strongest, Longevity God was the most mysterious. It was just like the Titan God and the Titan God. Of the 2 true gods, the Titan God had swept through the 3 realms, crushed all living things with his staff, and was the strongest of all gods. However, he still died. The Great Spirit God was the craftiest and survived until now. This Longevity God's transformation technique is really profound. It seems like it has the same transformation fruit ability as Do 19. Did longevity god also eat a transformation fruit? If that is the case, then this god is really terrifying. Does he want to use this ability to sneak into our calming celestial sector and stir up trouble like me? Gu Qinsha knew that to the various factions, the most terrifying thing was not one's cultivation, but one's transformation ability. For example, Do 19 had caused so much chaos in the Celestial Path mysterious sect. While longevity god also obtained the transformation fruit, his cultivation was much more tyrannical than Do 19. By being able to unleash the full prowess of the transformation fruit, even a deity-level expert would find it hard to see through his transformation. If it wasn't for the fact that Gu Qinsha had cultivated the heavenly Tao art, which allowed him to see through all sorts of concealment, just like the heavenly Tao, the others from the Tranquil Immortal department might really have been fooled. Even Zhuge, you might not be able to see through it. Of course, with Zhuge Ye's unparalleled divination technique, he could also find some clues about longevity god, but he couldn't be as perceptive as Gu Qinsha. Yesterday, I heard that a cultivator captured a Tao Realm 9 transformation bull-head demon general and exchanged it for many things from Calming Celestial Department. That's right. But then again, this mortal dragon pill is simply of the highest quality. After I took one, my chi became abundant, and my aptitude actually improved slightly. If I can get more, I might be able to break through to the next level. It is said that the mortal dragon pill contains dragon nurturing energy. Right, I heard that the Celestial Path has formed a brand new Celestial Alliance. If we join, we can get many benefits. But I also heard that Calming Celestial Department has built a small continent overseas that has even more benefits. I don't know what to choose. Let's take a look and see what happens. I feel like the situation is really complicated, and joining either side isn't a good thing. 3 months ago, an ancient celestial treasure appeared in Jiang State's Horseshoe Mountain. Many cultivators fought for it, and many died. In the end, Calming Celestial Department appeared to stabilize the situation. However, they didn't take the treasure for themselves and gave it to someone who was fated with it. At the same time, they saved those heavily injured cultivators. They really are generous. Calming Celestial Department has formed a medium-sized world, and it is said that they have cultivated a wish tree. They mimic some of the characteristics of the Hongmeng tree and can give birth to many treasures. Why would they be greedy for treasures? But doing so does make us feel really comfortable. It gives off the aura of a king. Speaking of which, the imperial court is getting stronger and stronger. In the future, we will all have to follow the laws. That's not a good thing. We're used to being on our own. If we were to follow the laws, how could we be called cultivators of the celestial path? At present, it seems that Calming Celestial Department is very lax. As long as we don't break the law, we can go wherever we want. But then again, the central plains of the Divine Prefecture has always been filled with countless treasures. Every time the Great Tribulation comes, countless treasures will appear. I wonder who will be able to get their hands on them. Gu Qinsha could hear the conversations of many cultivators in the square. Immediately, all sorts of information and customs appeared in his mind. Some of these cultivators were discussing the policies of the Calming Celestial Department, while others were discussing how to kill the devils together. Some were discussing how to search for the treasures of the Divine Prefecture of the Divine Prefecture. For example, one day, an ancient well in a certain family would suddenly emit violet gas. Inside was a treasure trove left behind by an ancient celestial. Many cultivators would try to seize it, but the Calming Celestial Department would suppress them, allowing the original owner of the house to obtain the treasure. There was so much information that no one knew whether it was true or false. But Gu Qinsha knew that ever since the outbreak of the fiend calamity, the fortune of the Divine Prefecture of the Divine Prefecture had indeed changed. Many places had unearthed treasures, and countless people and cultivators had obtained fortuitous encounters. Perhaps a child could obtain a magical treasure while walking on the road, and it would recognize him as its master. Or perhaps they could play by the pond and fish for treasures. In addition, hoeing the fields at home could also remove the relics of ancient celestials. Because of this, the divine prefecture of the immortal Tao had to fight for. Only on this land could the Son of Heaven appear. Everything else was barbarian. Hearing this information, Gu Chansha began to understand the position of the alliance of myriad immortals in the eyes of many cultivators. It was qualified enough to compete with the divine prefecture of the divine prefecture for talents. Brother, could it be that you've taken a fancy to the task of killing this devil? But this devil is difficult to deal with. Since we're at the same realm, why don't we work together? Gu Chansha deliberately approached the longevity god and pointed to a task on the stone tablet above the square. This task was to kill a group of wandering devils, and the leader of this devil was a ruthless character of the Tao realm, 9th transformation or 10th transformation. When longevity god heard that someone came to strike up a conversation with him, a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes, but he didn't show it. He secretly looked at Gu Chinch's cultivation base, and his face softened. I have the same idea, but where do you cultivate? Let's talk to each other. I'm Gue Iku of the Five Ghost sect. Gu Chinsha created an identity for himself. Decades ago, my Five Ghost sect was destroyed by the Imperial Court. As an elder of the Five Ghost sect, I hid in the Eastern Wasteland and managed to survive. But now, the Imperial Court's policy seems to have changed. As long as we don't commit crimes, we can still accommodate devil cultivators. I'm out again. Recently, when the fiend calamity broke out, if I can capture a few tyrannical devils, I can master some of the secret techniques of our Five Ghost sect. If you can help me, I will definitely reward you generously. Oh, Gueiku. When longevity god heard this name, he seemed to be thinking about something. Decades ago, there seemed to be such a person in the Five Ghost sect. Gu Chenshan knew that this longevity god was knowledgeable, and any random identity wouldn't be able to hide from him. His identity could be investigated. Longevity god thought about it for a moment and nodded his head. Brother does have the Five Ghost sect Xiantian earth energy, but it has slowly turned to the Tao. It seems like you had a fortuitous encounter. Haha, Gu Chensha laughed. To be honest, brother man, I was only at the 7th transformation of the Tao realm 7 months ago. However, after entering the Central Divine Continent, I actually obtained half a heavenly book and a few immortal pills by chance, allowing me to cultivate the 9th transformation glass jade body. After the fiend calamity, the luck of the Central Divine region was activated, and all sorts of fortuitous encounters appeared. Longevity God also sighed. In fact, he had already noticed that this ghost weep in front of him had a fortuitous encounter. But why would he care about these fortuitous encounters? He was a god realm expert, and even many ancient immortals who had fortuitous encounters were not as strong as him. I saw that when brother landed, you searched around. It seems like you have some success in your cultivation and want to rebuild the Five Ghost sect? To rope in a group of talents? Longevity God said. That's what I mean. Gu Chench's Gue Iku nodded. The Five Ghost sect wasn't very big in the past, and now that it has revived, it probably doesn't have any reputation. Moreover, reviving the Five Ghost sect doesn't have any benefits for brother. The most important thing now is to use the many fortuitous encounters in the great calamity to improve yourself, and at the same time, join a big force. As the saying goes, it's good to enjoy the shade under a big tree. Longevity God said, "Oh, I want to hear brother's opinion. Which big force is better to join?" Gu Chinsha asked. In today's world, it's better for us rogue cultivators to join the newly established alliance of 10,000 immortals. Longevity God spared no effort in recommending his own force. Oh, Gu Chinsha's face lit up with joy. Is brother from the alliance of 10,000 immortals? That's not it. Longevity God waved his hand. But I have a friend who has entered the alliance of 10,000 immortals, so I know the situation there. I came to the Divine Central Continent to look for a fortuitous encounter. If I can get a fortuitous encounter, my cultivation base will be greatly improved, and when I enter the alliance of 10,000 immortals, my status will be much higher. I see. Gu Chansha tentatively said. But in the past few months of traveling, I found that the Imperial Court's Calming Immortal Department is also recruiting talents. The treatment offered by the Calming Immortal Department is extremely generous, and the effect of the human dragon pill is better than the ancient spirit pill. Brother, have you never thought of joining the Calming Immortal Department? The Calming Immortal Department has become the target of public criticism, bearing the brunt of the devil disaster. Moreover, it's just a group of small people doing big things. Without a God Realm ancestor, it's very dangerous. Since ancient times, no matter how powerful the Imperial Court is, it's just a flash in the pan, while the immortal Tao exists forever. Longevity God quickly tried to change Gu Chinch's mind. Chapter 603. Gu Chinsha was very clear about the mind of this longevity god. Although this god was mysterious, compared to the martial emperor, he was still far behind. The martial emperor was a divergent with great talent and bold vision, but he was still fooled by Gu Chincha's heavenly Tao. In the end, even his heart was refined and became the biggest catalyst for the common people's sphere to transform from a small world to a medium-sized world. Since ancient times, divergent figures had always been tyrannical, not to mention a person like the martial emperor, who had great luck. No matter how powerful longevity god was, he was just a rogue cultivator. How could he be compared with a divergent figure? Of course, the one Senshi behind longevity god was a mysterious existence. Gu Chinsha had obtained so many ancient memories, but this character did not exist. Then, the only explanation was that another ancient ancestor, one of the three heavenly venerables, had come into being and changed his name to one Senshi. Gu Chansha wanted to use longevity god as a breakthrough point to once again use his own means to explore the mystery of the union of 10,000 immortals. In his opinion, this union of 10,000 immortals will be the biggest enemy of Calming Immortal Department in the future. Not to mention that many influential families had joined in, the Nine Swords Mystical Gate, Red Heaven Mystical Sect, and even the Black Heaven Earth Mystical Sect might have also joined in. With so many forces added together, they would definitely be a giant existence. The reason why Longevity God came here was firstly to observe the changes in the Imperial Court and the world, secondly to look for his own opportunity, and thirdly, to find and recruit talents. Now, the ghost cry that Gu Chansha had transformed into was a cultivator of the 9 transformations Tao realm, and he also had a fortuitous encounter. In the future, he would definitely be able to cultivate to the 10 transformations Tao realm, which was a rare talent for any sect. Even among the 72 mystical gates of the immortal path, there were absolutely not many people who could cultivate to the 9 transformations Tao realm. Thinking about it, even in the Imperial Court, none of the governors had reached the 9 transformations Tao realm. I also don't want to join Calming Immortal Department. After all, our 5 Ghost sect was destroyed by the Imperial Court a long time ago. If I join, even if Calming Immortal Department accepts me, they may always check on me. How could there be any freedom? Gu Chinsha followed Longevity God's meaning and said, "Ha!" Longevity God laughed. "That's right, brother's idea is good. We've talked for so long, but I still haven't asked for your name." Gu Chinsha started asking for his name. "My name is Hong Wulu, a rogue cultivator of no sect." Longevity God cupped his hands. During this conversation, he had been secretly observing Gu Chansha and discovered that this ghost weep had great potential, so he wanted to take him under his command. Gu Chansha was actually secretly circulating immortal Tao astral energy inside his body, giving Longevity God a feeling that he had a fortuitous encounter. Gu Chansha, Gu Wulu had secretly used, giving of immortal Tao. Chunchi, immortal God Wu with God, Wu God, of 2 of God. The 3 ancient gods, Fu, Lu, and Shou, were one in the first place. Fu represented having many children and grandchildren, peace and harmony, being free of diseases and disasters, and having a carefree mind, etc. Wu represented high position, and unspeakably noble. As for longevity, it was needless to say, if one had all three, they would have great power. Longevity, God, obtained the ancient god of fortune, and longevity, God's orthodoxy. The only thing he lacked was god of fortune. Therefore, he changed his name to Wu Lu, which was also a painstaking effort. Wu God represented an official position. Wu God's orthodoxy should be in the central divine region and had not appeared yet. Now that the demon calamity had erupted, countless ancient treasures had appeared, and this God's orthodoxy was about to appear. This orthodoxy was extremely important to longevity God. If he obtained all three orthodoxies, he could use these three powers to reverse some kind of fate, allowing him to break through his limits and reach the sage realm. Putting everything else aside, if he obtained the orthodoxy, his battle prowess would increase by more than a few times. Fortune, Wu, and longevity gods represent the pinnacle of glory in the mortal world. Very few people can have both, let alone all three. Gu Qinsha thought to himself, the orthodoxy of these three ancient true gods is not to be underestimated. Even though Jiang Gongwang has a close relationship with the three gods, it's a pity that he doesn't know much about the core secrets of the three gods. Rumor has it that the three gods control some kind of fate line in the world. Gu Qinsha thought, if I keep my eyes on this fortune and longevity god, I will be able to find the secret of a mortal teacher wand, and I will be able to obtain the supreme orthodoxy of fortune, prosperity, and longevity gods. Gu Qinsha's current cultivation was just a little bit away from comprehending the path of divergence. He had obtained all the secrets of becoming a martial emperor, as well as Chang Weiyan's path of divergence. He had even taken the heaven-defying divergence pill that even Wu Dankong didn't dare to take. Moreover, he had comprehended it himself, so he could break through the path of divergence at any time. This time, he came to the common people to search for the last chance. With the eruption of the fiend calamity, the people of the divine central continent had all sorts of fortuitous encounters. Perhaps he himself would find some chance. It was the same every time a fiend calamity broke out. The Central Divine Prefecture was a crucial center, and it contained countless secrets. If not for the many fortuitous encounters, it would have been impossible for humans to resist the fiend calamity in the past. And this time, it might be the biggest tribulation in history, and the eruption of fortuitous encounters was definitely the biggest in history. Many old antiques had set their eyes on this place, hoping to find their chance to break through a realm that they could never break through. We're not in a hurry to kill the fiends. Longevity God's incarnation of Hong Wulu said, our top priority is to find a chance, as well as to recruit a few friends to form a force. That way, we can join forces and seek refuge with the alliance of 10,000 immortals. That's true. Gu Qinsha stared at Longevity God. Since Brother Wulu said so, then you must know where your chance is, right? Since it's a chance, then it's up to luck. How would I know? It's just that there are some clues, Longevity God said. At this moment, a stream of demon energy circled in the sky and suddenly descended. In the demon energy cloud, a large hand appeared. This large hand was the transformation of the fiend, and it grabbed at the cultivators below. Not good. This is a fiend who has cultivated the 20 transformations of the Tao realm, the gathering and dispersing magical power realm. Many cultivators shouted. Among the cultivators present, there was no lack of experts, but how strong was a fiend who had cultivated magical power? Such a realm, even among the ancient 72 mysterious sects, he was an absolute expert, an elder-level figure. Gu Qinsha's body trembled. This was a deliberate act. Then, an energy shield appeared on his body. It was purplish-green in color, and it was made of many runes. They rotated around each other and had a great protective power. God Fushulous Longevity saw all of this. Ghost Weep is a cultivator in the 9 transformations of the Tao realm, but his Empyrean energy of the immortal Tao is so powerful. If I'm not mistaken, it's an energy art from ancient times known as the Violet Green Grand Immortal Magic. It's a very mysterious art. Could it be that he obtained venerable purple-green's orthodoxy? In ancient times, there was an immortal called Venerable Purple-Green who created the Purple-Green Immortal Sect. Although this sect was not one of the ancient 72 mysterious sects, it was definitely not weaker than the current chaos-calming sect. However, because it was too powerful, it was envied by the 72 mysterious sects, and in the end, it collapsed. Longevity God had some memories of this history. In his mind, Ghost Weep was much more valuable than before. Evil creature, you're courting death. At that moment, a young man shouted from among the cultivators. He wore a feather robe and had a crown of stars. He looked very elegant, and when he saw the devil hand coming toward him, he snorted coldly and shone with bright light. The glittering stars transformed into a river of stars that surged upward, wrapping around the gargoyle. Then a gargoyle emerged from within the devilish cloud. It wanted to flee, but the river of stars crushed it, causing it to let out a miserable shriek. In the end, it transformed into a fist-sized sphere of stars that slowly descended. Within the sphere of stars, the image of the gargoyle could be seen. The gargoyle struggled within the sphere of stars, unable to flee at all. That's Ling Xiaofei. He really hit it well. I can't believe he's the reincarnation of Xing Chun and has the profundities of the stars. This kid is a famous rogue cultivator in the Tao of Immortals. I can't believe he got such good fortune. He can actually seal a monster above the 20th transformation in one move. Just how strong is he? A few thousand years ago, this kid was just a golden core expert. He hasn't established his own sect and is a loner. He hides himself and doesn't join any large sections. With his current strength, he will be highly valued no matter which sect he joins. Many cultivators recognized this young man. It's him? This kid's star profundities have completely fused with his primordial spirit. No one can take it away. If I'm not wrong, his star profundities are Spirit Star and Flying Star. Of these two great stars, the Spirit Star was named after the spirit. It was extremely intelligent and had profound wisdom. According to ancient records, if someone absorbed the light of the Spirit Star and gathered it in their body, they would be able to increase their wisdom. This was the so-called flash of divine light. As for the Flying Star, it was even more mysterious. Even if a normal person obtained the support of this light, they would be able to fly in the sky. This light could counteract the attraction of the Earth's core. In ancient times, there were immortals who used this starlight to refine pills. Of course, ascending means that a person can't control themselves and fly into the sky. In the end, they will be crushed by the wind and die. Gu Qinsha had a deep understanding of the characteristics of the billions of stars in the world. Spirit Star, Flying Star. These two great stars were no small matter. They were only slightly weaker than the Myrtle Imperial Star. Spirit Star and Flying Star actually appeared on one person. This person was probably on par with Jing Xiu, who had obtained the Myrtle Imperial Star. Chapter 604. So, this Ling Xiaofei caught the demon and flew into Mortal Life Pavilion, obviously wanting to do business with Calming Celestial Department. He wanted to sell the demon and obtain the human dragon pellet and other treasures. Too strong. That person was too strong. Gu Qinsha said, I didn't expect this Ling Xiaofei to have obtained the profound of the stars. Is he the reincarnation of Xing Chun? Yes. Longevity God's eyes flashed, not knowing what he was thinking. This Ling Xiaofei was strong, but compared to him, there was still a huge gap. This person is a famous vagrant cultivator. He is a loner and doesn't join any powers. 10 years ago, he reached Golden Core. Some experts wanted to deal with him, but each time, he was able to turn misfortune into fortune. He suddenly disappeared these years. It seems like he obtained the profound of the stars. Gu Qinsha thought back to that year when the stars descended. The black energy eroded the sun, and the heaven and earth shook. Many of the reincarnations of Xing Chun went into hiding after obtaining it. Recently, they appeared during the demon disaster. Thinking about it, If one had obtained the Xing Shan reincarnation back then, he would have become an expert after cultivating for so many years. For example, the servant who was the reincarnation of Wu Tzu Xing that Chang Weiyang had obtained back then had also made rapid progress and had long cultivated to the golden core realm. What if it was someone who had reached the 18 transformation of Dao realm, the great Dao golden core, who obtained the profound of the Xing Shan reincarnation? Moreover, it was two at once. Other than this, Gu Chensha could see that this Ling Xiaofei had other fortuitous encounters. However, the good thing was that this Ling Xiaofei didn't seem to have joined the alliance of 10,000 immortals, nor did he plan to join Coming Celestial Department. He was free and unfettered, which was in line with the personality of the Flying Spirit 2 stars. The Flying Spirit 2 stars correspond to the Carefree 2 stars. If that's the case, then the Carefree Lord is probably about to come out. Gu Chensha speculated. In the sky, the Flying Spirit 2 stars were ethereal and elegant, which contrasted with the Carefree Star and the Carefree Star. In the ancient records, the Flying Spirit 2 stars would become men, while the Carefree 2 stars would become women. These two attracted each other and would become immortal companions. In ancient times, the Flying Spirit Star and the Spirit Star would become two men. But today, they both landed on the body of one person, which meant that the Carefree 2 stars would become a woman. This was also the fate of the unseen. The reincarnated stars possessed great luck. If one was captured, it would be of great benefit to the sex minor Kiliacosm or minor dust world. The prayers and faith of the reincarnated stars were more than 10 times stronger than ordinary peerless geniuses. They were only slightly weaker than the natural saints. It was also because of this that Zhuge Ye's current power of prayer could be compared to the 13 divine level expert from the school of legalism. Zhuge Ye had obtained the 7-star profound meaning that the ancient Jiang Gongwang had forcibly left behind. Now that he had 2 7-star profound meanings, he was equivalent to a lord of 14 stars. This was simply a heaven-defying method. If it weren't for the great changes occurring to the heavenly Tao, then a tribulation might have already descended and blown him to powder. Even a dimensional realm would find it difficult to protect him. I'm really envious. Gu Chensha was still sighing. He was purposely trying to confuse Longevity God. Brother Wulu, if that demon was killed, 100 of us would have turned to powder. But that Ling Xiaofei was able to seal us with just a wave of his hand. His methods are truly miraculous. Compared to him, aren't we just ants? Brother Iku, you don't need to belittle yourself. Maybe you will have a great fortune next. Longevity God looked at Ling Xiaofei and already thought of a plan to take this person into his pocket. Gu Chensha and Longevity God were chatting with each other as they inquired about the news and observed the situation of the cultivators who came and went. The Mortal Life Pavilion of Jiang State City had become a gathering point for cultivators in the world, just like how the people of the pugilistic world like to gather in tea houses and restaurants. Longevity God casually strolled around, but in reality, he was looking for a great fortune. He seemed to have received pointers from an expert. Gu Chensha talked to him and guessed all of his actions. If I'm not wrong, this Longevity God received pointers from Wan Senshi and came here to find a great fortune. But no matter how strong Wan Senshi's calculations are, he can't calculate my existence. Gu Chensha purposely said, Brother Wulu, we just saw a few cultivators who seem to have obtained a lot of benefits. Let's find something to do. Even if it's repairing bridges, dredging rivers, explaining spells, we can still get human dragon pills. No rush. Longevity God waved his hand. These are just small things. What we want is a great fortune. While they were talking, a few cultivators suddenly descended from the sky. The moment they landed, they coughed up blood. One of the cultivators said, Quickly go to the Mortal Life Pavilion for treatment. The Mortal Life Pavilion's medical skills are superb and can steal the fortune of the heavens. What the hell happened? Wang Fuhu is a Dao Realm Transformation 13 expert, but now half of his body is gone? Can this Mortal Life Pavilion be saved? They found a treasure trove in Jiang Prefecture's Mount Fuguei, and they encountered the power of the treasure trove's restrictive spell. Let's go take a look. Many cultivators said, "Rumor has it that Mount Fuguei used to be the temple of the god of fortune dozens of years ago." Countless scholars went there to pray for the god of fortune, and quite a few of them came true. Let's go take a look. Many cultivators flew into the air. Some cultivators hadn't reached Tao Realm Transformation 7 and didn't know how to fly. But they released the human dragon sword that they obtained. They held onto the flying sword and used its power to glide in the air. This could barely be considered sword-driving flight. Of course, some cultivators couldn't afford the human dragon sword and human dragon armor. Naturally, they had a way, and they actually bought the flying fire wings from the Celestial Craftsman Institute. The Celestial Craftsman Institute crafted the flying fire wings. It was a pair of wings made of rare metals and was like a backpack. It wasn't powered by spiritual energy, but by the flying fire stone that the Celestial Craftsman Institute made. It was placed in the grooves of the wings. There was a mechanism in the wings that would activate and charge into the sky. This was a totally mechanical method and was totally different from celestial formations. It was a product of the prehistoric civilization. Of course, apart from flying, the mechanical flying fire wings didn't have any defensive or offensive abilities. It couldn't compare to the human dragon armor at all. But because of that, the price was much cheaper. One human dragon sword was something that even cultivators who worked hard to gather herbs and treasures wouldn't be able to afford, much less the human dragon armor. As for the flying fire wings, basically all Tao Realm cultivators could buy it. Therefore, a large number of cultivators had bought the flying fire wings, allowing them to fly around freely. Some cultivators bought horned flood dragon armor or hornless dragon armor, then equipped them with the flying fire wings and hand cannons. This way, they could defend and attack as they pleased, but they were far inferior to the human dragon armor. After wearing the human dragon armor, one could fly without a trace and move freely. The human dragon sword, on the other hand, was extremely powerful. It could track enemies within 50 kilometers and take their heads. The Celestial Craftsman Institute made some cheap and practical gadgets that sold very well. The Celestial Commerce Department didn't sell anything except the 3 Dragon set. It was a standard high-grade set and didn't take the low-grade route. It wasn't that the Celestial Commerce Department couldn't make these gadgets. In fact, now that the wish tree had been completed and the dimensional realm had advanced, anything could be born on the wish tree. Moreover, the ancient lord of 7-star Jiang Gongwang's machine-making skills were unparalleled. He didn't need to use any immortal Tao techniques to create mechanical wooden birds and wooden oxen that could fly and walk. But now, the Celestial Commerce Department was competing with the Celestial Craftsman Institute and breaking the agreement between the two. Moreover, these things were a waste of time. If it were a peaceful era, they could create them. But with the devil calamity erupting, time was of the essence. Only the 3 Dragon set could improve one's strength. There was no need for anything else. War was war, peace was peace. When he heard this news, joy appeared on Longevity God's face. He knew that his opportunity had arrived. He called out a Guqin Sha and flew up. He showed off his Tao Realm 9 Transformation Glass Jade Body Strength. After the Tao Realm 9 Transformation, one's body would be burned by the Samadhi True Flame. The meridians, acupoints, brain, dantian, and energy ocean would be reshaped. One's ability to store and condense energy would greatly increase. After cultivating to this realm, one's energy would be extremely dense, and one's flying speed and endurance wouldn't be something that the 7th and 8th transformations could compare to. Guqin Sha also flew up with Longevity God. Fuguei Mountain was originally a place for the Lu God. The Lu God was a god that sought wealth. Anyone who wanted to become an official could go there. As long as one was blessed, one would gain inspiration and luck. But there were many temples for the Lu God in the world, as many as the carps in the river. In Jiang province, even if there weren't 1,000, there were at least 800 temples for the Lu God. Fuguei Mountain was just one of them. When it was at its peak, there were temples for the Fu, Lu, and Longevity gods in the 99 provinces. From the emperor to the commoners, all of them worshipped the Fu, Lu, and longevity gods. This was because the three gods were true gods conferred by the Son of Heaven and had god positions. These three gods could indeed give people Fu, Lu, and longevity gods. 3 lights at the peak. Fuguei Mountain is up ahead. After flying for an hour, longevity god and Gu Chansha arrived above Jiang Province's Fuguei Mountain. This rich and noble mountain was also a famous mountain. It looked like a big ingot, and it was full of joy and wealth. This was naturally formed, and its feng shui was excellent. In history, there were many experts who lived on this mountain. Dozens of years ago, Fuguei Mountain was filled with people, and there were many temple ruins. Unfortunately, they were all in ruins, just like the Huga God Temple in the past. Originally, Kaming Celestial Department wanted to build a school to replace the original God Temple. Unfortunately, the demon disaster exploded in Xin Province. Since it was close to Jiang Province, the construction of the school had to stop. In the future, all the commoners in Jiang Province would have to slowly evacuate to the wilderness. Chapter 605. Brother Ishio, what do you think of Fuguei Mountain? After flying to the sky, longevity god did not descend immediately. Instead, he observed carefully. Sure enough, below Fuguei Mountain, there was a pitch-black cave. In the depths of the cave, there was a flickering light that led to an unknown place. On the mountain, there were many dilapidated temples. One could vaguely see the aura of the past when the incense was at its peak. This Fuguei Mountain is shaped like an ingot. It has the image of riches and honor. Over the years, it has gathered earth veins, nourished by incense, nourished by people, nourished by spirits, and formed a perfect cycle. It's quite amazing. Gu Qinsha said, "The mountain doesn't matter how high it is. With a god, it has a spirit." This place has been worshipping the Lu god since ancient times. According to folklore, many scholars, after worshipping the Lu god, obtained official fate and became a high official. With such a thing happening, the incense on this mountain flourished, and with the accumulation of years, this mountain gained spirituality. It became a blessed land. That's right. To be able to say such words, it shows how much Brother Ishio has learned about the immortal Tao. Your future achievements will be limitless. Longevity, God's appreciation for Gu Qinsha grew. Many thanks for Brother Wu Lu's appreciation. The reason why my 5 Ghost sect was destroyed in the past was because of this. Cultivating the Ghost Tao and worshipping evil God is not a good thing. More importantly, the evil God that we worshipped has already fallen, and we can't get a response. Our 5 Ghost sect's sect master, Gue Hensho, actually wanted to gather enough faith to resurrect evil God. This way, he would have the merit of resurrection and receive the greatest appreciation of evil God. But this idea is wrong. Gu Chansha revealed the secret of 5 Ghost sect, which made longevity God believe him even more. Oh, I'd like to hear the details. Longevity God seemed to be waiting for an opportunity. Let's descend. If we stay in the air for too long, it will inevitably consume our innate astral chi. If the astral chi consumption is too intense, we might not be able to continue if we encounter an emergency. In fact, with longevity God's cultivation, tearing space, moving mountains, and filling seas were nothing. However, he still needed to disguise himself. The most important thing was to not attract the attention of Calm Immortal Department. Otherwise, Calm Immortal Department would be able to suppress him. Not to mention the longevity god. Even if the 3 ancient gods of fortune, and longevity descended and restored their strength to their peak, they would still have to retreat if they encountered the current Calm Immortal Department. Not even a true divinity could condense a dimensional realm. After talking with longevity god for so long, Gu Qinsha knew that this god's real intention was to sneak into Calmness Immortal Sea and carry out a series of conspiracies. The 2 of them landed on Mount Fuguei. At this time, Mount Wealth was filled with cultivators. They were all exploring the cave that appeared on the mountain, but none of them dared to enter. It was clear that some of the cultivators had suffered greatly after entering. The depths of this cave do not lead to the underground, but to another space-time. That space-time is extremely bizarre. It seems to be a space-time labyrinth set up by the ancient god of Lu. Gu Chunsha operated as Heaven's Path arcane energy and entered the cave. Apparently, God Lu had also noticed this. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, many cultivators were eager to explore the cave. At this time, a ray of light shot out from the depths of the cave. Within the light was a treasure that looked like a dragon, but wasn't a dragon, like a snake, but wasn't a snake. The treasure soared into the sky and was about to fly in all directions in the light. The treasure has appeared. Many cultivators try to stop it. They use their Sciention astral energy to block it, but it was useless. The treasure was too strong. It broke through all the obstructions like a hot knife, cutting through butter. Some of the weaker cultivators even spat out blood after being shaken by the impact. This is a divine sword. Gu Chinch's heart jumped. Looking at Longevity God's actions, he could tell that this light that looked like a dragon but wasn't a dragon, like a snake but wasn't a snake, was a strange treasure sword. It was extremely powerful and could be compared to the slash lightning that the martial saint refined. Even though it couldn't compare to primordial treasures like the three-realm seal or Buzhou Palace, it was still no small matter. If an expert at the 20th transformation of the Tao realm, convergence and dispersion, obtained this sword, they would be able to injure an expert at the 25th transformation of the undying body. It was a gap of 5 levels. Generally speaking, a cultivator at the 25 transformation stage could easily crush a cultivator at the 20 transformation stage, completely toying with them in the palm of their hand. But with this kind of treasure, that was not necessarily the case. So when this treasure appeared, countless cultivators were excited. Rumble, one of the cultivators, unleashed his most powerful attack. He chased after the sword, waving his hand. Immediately, a stream of core chi shot through the air, blocking the sword for a moment. Then, his fleshly body changed, becoming extremely small as he tried to attach himself to the sword. This was a Tao Realm 19 transformation stage size manipulation. However, no matter how much this cultivator used, he could only slightly stop the sword. If he wanted to subdue this sword, he would probably need to reach the 26th transformation stage. 10,000 techniques, return to 1. Longevity God didn't make a move. In his view, this sword was just one of the treasures of Lu God. If he took it now, he would be exposed and attract the attention of Calmness Celestial Department. This sword is one of the 100 official swords refined by Lu God. Rumor has it that Lu God refined the 100 official swords according to the rank of ancient officials. There are hundreds of them, and they are several times more powerful than the 100 treasures in Mortal River. After all, he is an ancient true god. Gu Chansha searched in his heart and found out the origin of this sword. He didn't intend to take it. He just wanted to keep an eye on Longevity God and see how many fated people there were. The treasures of the world were like a geyser, and countless fated people would obtain fortuitous encounters. Calmness Celestial Department didn't want to snatch these people's fortuitous encounters. Not only would it cause a conflict with Calmness Celestial Department's philosophy, it would also create a bad image. The Calmness Celestial Department's policy was that fortuitous encounters were fated, but after obtaining them, they had to work for the Imperial Court and pay taxes. If they went against the Imperial Court wouldn't be polite and would capture, kill, and punish them. Over the past 6 months, there were many examples in the world. Some people, after obtaining a fortuitous encounter, became arrogant and thought that they could do whatever they wanted. In the end, they broke the law and were captured, tried, and executed. Rumble. Countless cultivators used their methods in an attempt to snatch the divine sword. The situation on Mount Fugué instantly turned chaotic. However, in Gu Chinch's view, these were all small fights, and there was nothing strange about them. Many cultivators fought over it. Suddenly, more stars appeared, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. Within the starlight, a vortex appeared, unexpectedly absorbing the divine sword. It's that Ling Xiaofei again. Gu Qinsha could see that there was a youth sitting inside the starlight. He was using his power to absorb the treasure. It was Ling Xiaofei, who had obtained the profundities of Spirit Star and Flying Star. Umph. Longevity God coldly snorted. He didn't make any moves and didn't compete with Ling Xiaofei. Instead, he used a small spell to hide his true body and left behind an incarnation to confuse Gu Qinsha. Gu Qinsha saw through him the moment he moved. He also activated the Heaven Path technique, and his true body followed behind Longevity God. This incarnation, called Ghost Weep, was left here to confuse Longevity God. Longevity God was a God realm expert who had cultivated to the peak of the 32 transformations one thought connecting heaven. He was just a step away from the Saint realm. This was the Tao realm 33 transformations truth Saint Heart. His methods were naturally not something ordinary cultivators could detect. Unfortunately, he met a monster like Gu Qinsha, who had cultivated the Heaven Path technique and was also the creator of a dimensional realm. Gu Qinsha's transformation technique could even hide from the Dharma Saint, let alone a small god like Longevity God. Longevity God's true body was hidden. He traveled through a parallel space and entered the cave on Mount Fuge. Gu Qinsha immediately galvanized the strength of his dimensional realm. Invisible and formless, he followed Longevity God through the parallel space. He wouldn't let Longevity God notice him at all. At this time, he had to use the power of his dimensional realm. Otherwise, with his cultivation, he wouldn't have the ability to tear through space. Moreover, this kind of cultivation that could easily travel through parallel spaces was something that even someone at the 29 transformations of primal chaos couldn't do. Gu Qinsha was only at the 24 transformations. Even if he had merged with the desolate Era's Dragon Gate talisman, he couldn't unleash the huge potential in his body. His realm wasn't high enough, so he couldn't do anything about it. He was now preparing to merge the Wanxiang Shattering Rod, the Release Bow, and the Impermanence Arrow into his body. With the Heaven Path technique, he would refine these supreme magic treasures and fuse them into his body to increase his strength. Since the common people's wish sphere had become a dimensional realm, Gu Qinsha didn't need to fuse the good treasures into it. Instead, he focused on strengthening his own cultivation. This was because no matter how strong the dimensional realm was, it was hard to activate it. After all, he was too weak as the creator. If he cultivated the God realm, he would be able to activate the dimensional realm with ease and unleash a huge power at any time. At that time, the growth of the sphere would be even faster. This was the optimal plan that he came up with after careful calculations. Gotcha! Longevity God floated in the parallel space for a moment before he suddenly came out and fell into the depths of the cave. This cave was no longer in the same dimension as the divine central continent. It had reached the depths of the space-time turbulence, a god country, a true god's country. Many cultivators outside, including Ling Xiaofei, who had obtained the legacies of Spirit Star and Flying Star, couldn't solve this secret. After all, Ling Xiaofei's cultivation was roughly at the 22 changes of the Tao realm, heavenly phenomenon. Compared to a god-level expert, he was far from it. It was just that he had some karmic luck on him that allowed him to turn misfortunes into blessings. It really is the god country of Lu God. The moment Longevity God arrived here, he revealed his body and looked at the huge space. This space itself was like a small kiliocosm, but it was riddled with holes as if it had gone through countless battles. Many huge space-time storms swept through it, and countless restrictive spells flickered. It was obvious that it was on the verge of collapse. Gu Qinsha could see that this god country seemed to be attracted by the divine central continent. In the space-time turbulence, it opened a door to the divine central continent. Chapter 606. So that's how it is. Gu Qinsha had seen through some of the secrets of the divine central continent. The clash of spirits and demons had caused a massive vortex to form in the divine central continent, pulling in some of the great treasures of the myriad worlds, thus creating a miraculous scene of treasures and fortuitous encounters. In this divine kingdom, there were many treasures that were originally sealed, but now they were all restless and attracted, breaking the seals to enter the divine central continent. The massive vortex that was the divine kingdom was firmly sucked in. At the same time, Guchench's consciousness entered the dimensional realm. Looking at the turbulent flow of space-time, he saw that the suction force of the divine central continent was getting stronger and stronger. The turbulent flow of space-time caused many ruins in the billions of parallel spaces to be pulled in. It was like the eye of the sea. Is this the so-called divine kingdom tide in the divine kingdom grand technique? Every many years, the divine kingdom tide would appear, using the power of the endless mainland to attract countless space-time treasures. Guchen Sha recalled the 72 layers of the divine kingdom grand technique. Xing Xiongshi had comprehended the divine kingdom grand technique, and his understanding of the secrets of the divine central continent had reached the pinnacle. When he used the 100 layers of the divine kingdom grand technique, he could almost become one with the divine region. It was to gather one's own power and use a miraculous method to combine with the divine region, unleashing an attack that could destroy the heavens and earth. In the past, Xing Xiongshi had used the power of the ominous armor to activate the 100 layers of the divine kingdom grand technique and shattered the martial saint's paradise with a punch. If not for the power left behind by the heavenly talisman emperor, the Wu clan would be gone. The power of that punch could kill a heavenly venerable. If Xing Xiongshi had personally attacked, it would have been much more powerful. But now, Xing Xiongshi could no longer activate the 100 layers of the divine kingdom grand technique and could not borrow the power of the divine region. This was actually a trump card that he had been preparing for a long time to kill 3 heavenly venerables. Lu God's divine kingdom has finally appeared and was attracted by the divine central continent. Longevity God looked around. The huge divine kingdom was a small kiliacosm and contained many secrets. Even a god could not see through it in a short time. Apart from that, there were many restrictive spells in the divine kingdom minor kiliacosm. If they were not handled well, they would be trapped by the formations, which would be extremely dangerous. Longevity God walked carefully. In Lu God's divine kingdom, the most valuable thing is the deity seat. Obtaining the deity seat is equivalent to obtaining Lu God's orthodoxy and everything he has. Longevity God tried his best to search. At this moment, a light flashed and another person appeared. This person wore a Taoist robe and had a jade hairpin in his hair. He held a horsetail whisk in his hand. He was a young Taoist. An aura that could suppress rivers and mountains appeared on his body. It was as if wherever he went, that place would be suppressed. Longevity God, I didn't expect you to find Lu God's divine country. As soon as the young Taoist appeared, his eyes shot out light and directly saw through Longevity God's invisibility technique. Taoist Pingnan, Longevity God, was furious and shocked. You actually came to meddle in my affairs. I came to the Central Divine Prefecture in search of fortuitous encounters because of Lord Wan Senchi's guidance. Yet you disregarded his orders and actually came here. Looks like you have ulterior motives. Ha ha ha. Taoist Pingnan laughed. Longevity God. I came here today because of Lord Wan Senchi's guidance. Lord Wan Senchi asked me to supervise you. You can obtain Lu God's orthodoxy, but you must hand over Lu God's deity seat to Lord Wan Senchi. I know you want to take Lu God's deity seat for yourself. You should know that once you obtain this deity seat, as long as you study its secrets and refine it, you can become a true god. Your lifespan will increase by 10 times, and your cultivation will increase by more than 10 times. You can also use this deity seat to travel through space-time turbulence. Then, you can use this ability to obtain longevity God's deity seat and fortune God's deity seat. Not only do you have longevity God and fortune God, but you also have great ambitions to break through to the Empyrean realm. Do you think Lord Wan Senshi doesn't know your little thoughts? Taoist Ping Nan, we are of the same branch. If I obtain the deity's seat, it will be of great benefit to you. Longevity, God frowned. Deity seat was a supreme treasure obtained by the ancient heaven sacrificial talisman by sacrificing the son of heaven's aura. As long as a god-level expert obtained the deity's seat, their lifespan would increase by 10 times, their combat power would also increase by 10 times, and their potential would also increase. Then, they would have the hope of breaking through to the 33 transformations, or even the 36 transformations, becoming an Empyrean realm. For example, Mahagod had already broken through to the 36 transformations, becoming an incarnation. In other words, after a god-level expert obtained the deity seat, the benefits would be indescribable. This was like a scholar in the mortal world who passed the imperial examinations, but didn't obtain an official position. Most of the imperial examinations were actually just editors in the Hanlon Academy. Those who knew how to operate and had a background would obtain an official position. An official position was something similar to the deity seat. Now that the heaven's sacrificial talisman had appeared, it was a pity that Wu Dangkong didn't become a son of heaven, so he couldn't win the hearts of the people and obtain the son of heaven's aura. Naturally, he couldn't obtain the deity seat. However, if he could find the deity seat left behind by a fallen true god, then a god-level expert will be able to reach the heavens in one step and become a true god. Since ancient times, there are people who successfully slaughtered true gods and took over the deity's seat, like a dove occupying a magpie's nest. We aren't of the same branch. Longevity God, back then, you always wanted to destroy me and devour my sect. Now that our two sects have merged and are both under Lord Wan Senshi, you must be very unwilling, right? Besides, the two of us have been fighting openly and covertly for many years. You have always wanted to defeat me, but unfortunately, you could not succeed. However, if you were to obtain the position of a true god, I would immediately be suppressed by you. This is not a good thing. Tranquil chaos continued. In this broken god nation, I also know where the deity's seat is hidden. If you didn't have my help, you wouldn't have been able to obtain it. I obtained the orthodoxy of longevity God and blessing God. Longevity God said, "The deity seat of Lu God is in my pocket. I'm a fated person. Even Lord Wan Senshi can't take away my fate. Do you want a piece of the action?" Of course I want to share. Who doesn't want the deity seat of true God? Although Lord Wan Senshi has roped in Wu Dangkong no longer has any power in the imperial court. He was forced to retreat by calming immortal department, not to mention obtaining evidence of the imperial court. Therefore, the sacrificial decree in her hand is temporarily useless. It can't give us the deity's seat. Tranquil Chaos laughed and flicked his horsetail whisk. Longevity God, if you're smart, you'll share it with me. This is inevitable. How do I share the deity's seat? Longevity God's face was filled with killing intent. There's only one deity seat. If there's you, there's no me. I mean, today, give me the deity seat of Lu God, and I'll cooperate with you to obtain the deity seat of Longevity God and Blessing God. How about it? Tranquil Chaos was not polite at all. Tranquil Taoist, you didn't come here to negotiate with me. You came here to steal my fortune. Very well, then let's fight here. Let's see who is stronger and who has the right to acquire this god's seat. If you and I fight here, it's very likely that we'll become someone else's dish. At that time, you and I will be caught in the small divine province and become laborers. I'm afraid we'll sink into oblivion forever. Longevity God already had the intention to kill Tranquil Chaos, but he still began to compromise. How about this? Let's join hands. Give me the deity seat of Lu God, and I'll give you the treasures in this divine country. How about it? Longevity God already wanted to kill Tranquil Chaos, but he still began to compromise. How about this? Let's join hands. Give me the deity seat of Lu God, and I'll give you the treasures in this divine country. How about it? This divine country is broken and has completely lost its power. What I want it for? Although the value of the treasures is not bad, it's still far from the deity's seat. Tranquil Chaos shook his head. Tranquil Chaos, I can't be bothered to talk to you at this time. Longevity God suddenly seemed to feel something. His face changed, and his body changed again and again as he flew out. In the place where he flew, a seal seemed to have broken. Countless space-time storms swept out, but in the center of the storm, a chair appeared. This chair was made of stone, very simple and heavy. There was nothing mysterious about it, but it just floated in the depths of space-time. No matter how fierce the space-time storm was, it couldn't move at all. This is the deity's seat. Guchinch's heart was also very moved. That's right, the deity's seat was a chair made of stone. As long as a deity expert sat on this chair, they would have some of the abilities of a deity. Then, after gathering the faith of all living beings, the power of this deity's seat would be completely activated. The deity's seat was mysterious beyond words. Although Gu Chansha obtained a lot of ancient memories and knew many secrets of the deity's seat, there were some things that needed to be personally tested in order to get the best understanding. Gu Chansha wanted to pour his heavenly law's power into the deity's seat and refine it. Then, with the power of this deity's seat, he would be able to fuse release Bao, permanence and impermanence arrows, and Wanxiang shattering rod into his body. For him, the deity seat had a lot of research value. Perhaps, with this seat, he could obtain even deeper secrets of the heavenly law, because the deity seat was also condensed by the heavenly law. At this moment, at the highest point of Jiang Prefecture's Fugui Mountain, above the sky, a middle-aged man and a woman stood side by side, talking to each other. The man had a strange appearance, with big sleeves fluttering in the wind. He seemed to have grasped the highest truth and law between heaven and earth. He was actually Dharma's saint, and the woman was Wu Dangkong. Your Excellency, Dharma's saint, Wu Dangkong said, I didn't expect lewd deities God's country to appear here. Do you think longevity God will obtain this deity's Tao and deity seat? Chapter 607. Longevity God and Common Chaos are both extremely powerful people. They don't belong to any sects and are lone cultivators. Yet they manage to cultivate to the God level and are extremely close to the sage level. They establish their own sect, second only to the immortal Tao's 72 mysterious gates. I can imagine the difficulty. Wu Dangkong nodded in agreement. It was fine if the second or third-rate sects didn't have many rules, but once they grew to a certain extent, they would be suppressed by the 72 mysterious gates. Whether it was the sects established by Common Chaos or Longevity God, they had all been suppressed by the 72 mysterious gates on the surface and in the dark. If they weren't careful, they would be annihilated. However, these two experts still managed to hold on and were able to do it with ease. From this, it could be seen how powerful these two experts were. However, this time, I'm going to take action and snatch this longevity God's opportunity. The appearance of a true God is no small matter. Even I can't help but be tempted. Dharma's saint said, with this true God's position, we can suppress our legalism's minor chiliocosm and accelerate its evolution into a medium-grade world. At that time, it won't be impossible for us to reclaim the power of the imperial court. How long will it take for the legalism's law realm to become a medium-grade world? Is it really that difficult to advance? Wu Dangkong frowned. I can't believe that the Calm Deity Division actually advanced just like that. The difference between their cultivation levels and Lord Warlock's saints can't be calculated, but they just happen to have such an opportunity. Could it be that they are really fated? They're not fated. They're protected by Gu Taxian, and you're just a chess piece of Gu Taxian. Of course, you didn't do well enough. As a result, you've lost the initiative and are in a passive position. You have no choice but to cooperate with Wan Senshi. This person isn't a good person either. Dharma Saint shook his head. Speaking of which, Lord Dharma Saint, I have a question. Who is this Wan Senshi? Why haven't I heard of him before? Moreover, He was wearing a bronze mask when he spoke. Was he a man or a woman? Wu Dangkong knew that the Dharma saint was knowledgeable and wanted to know the truth. He's an ancient antique who has existed since the Great Desolation Age. His identity is extremely mysterious, and not even I know where he came from. However, I do know that even the three Celestials are his juniors. He should be from the same generation as the Immortal Lord, and has some connection to the prehistoric times. The prehistoric era was before the primordial age. The Dharma saint said, however, who he really is isn't that important right now. What's important is that he's an Empyrean level expert. Gathering the immortal Tao mystic sect, fighting against the immortal tranquility department, and even giving you benefits is enough. Lord Dharma saint is right. Wu Dangkong said hatefully, more than half a year ago, we suffered a crushing defeat in the imperial court. The aristocratic families lost all their face and wealth. The juniors of the immortal tranquility department suppressed all the aristocratic families. I had the Xingqiang clan behind me, but I couldn't do anything. Gu Tanjian had the great spirit god behind him, and the crown prince had the three celestials behind him, but I still couldn't do anything. In truth, whether it was the Xingqiang clan, the great spirit god, or the other existences, they all feared Gu Taxian. Even I am afraid of ancient treading on immortals. In terms of offensive power and lethality, Xing Qiongshi had comprehended 100 levels of the Divine Prefecture Grand Magic. He was number one in the world. If he were to strike out with his full strength in the Central Divine Prefecture, he would be able to kill 3 celestial paragons. He could become one with the Divine Prefecture. He could become one with the Divine Central Continent. But now that the Divine Central Continent has been suppressed, he can't use it. The Dharma saint said, I've seen through the juniors of the Immortal Tranquility Department. The most terrifying one is that Gu Chensha. He has already cultivated the heavenly Tao magic, and he can transform without end. Wudong Xing was transformed by him, which is why he's stirring up trouble and keeping us in the dark. What? Wu Dangkong turned pale with fright. I was wondering why Wudong Xing was so strange. So it's that animal, Gu Chensha, in disguise. Damn it, damn it, damn it. She had said the word damn it 3 times in a row. It was clear that not even the waters of the 4 seas could wash away the hatred in her heart. If this kid becomes a god, even I won't be able to do anything to him. Fortunately, his cultivation speed is much slower than ordinary people because the heavenly Tao magic has never appeared since time immemorial, and no one has ever successfully cultivated it. Although I've cultivated the 9 levels true dragon magic, compared to the heavenly Tao magic, I'm still far from it. It's almost impossible for me to succeed. The Dharma saint said, the most terrifying thing about this kid is his art of disguise. He can hide in camouflage, and no one can discover him. His fate has also disappeared. Therefore, even if we destroy the calming immortal department, we won't be able to kill this kid. Doesn't that mean he's invincible? Wu Dangkong shivered. We can't do anything to him. That's true, the Dharma saint said. A person who has successfully cultivated the heavenly Tao magic is invincible. As long as he deliberately hides himself, no one in the world can find him. He can completely hide and cultivate in the dark. Once he has mastered the heavenly Tao magic, he will come out and kill everyone. However, now that the heavenly Tao has changed, the future is not the future, and the past is not the past. It's hard to say whether he's invincible or not. After all, the cultivation of the heavenly Tao magic has eroded the power of the heavenly Tao itself. Once the calamity comes, it will be his weakest moment, and he will definitely face a great calamity. I hope so. Otherwise, we won't be able to survive. Even the current union of 10,000 immortals, he can still hide himself and sneak into it. Even one Sinchi won't be able to find him. Wu Dangkong said, but Your Excellency Dharma Saint, the most urgent thing for me now is the matter of the heavenly sacrificial talisman. Speak. The Dharma Saint nodded. The heavenly sacrificial talisman has been distorted by Gu Taxian. Wu Dangkong said, every time I perform the sacrificial ritual, half of the power I obtain will be transferred to Guchinch's body. As a result, after I obtained the talisman, I dared not perform the sacrificial ritual. Otherwise, wouldn't I be giving it to him? Rumor has it that in the past, the heavenly Tao magic talisman fell into his hands. Later on, perhaps because of the change of the heavenly Tao, the heavenly sacrificial talisman flew to me. However, it left behind a hidden danger. What should I do now? How can I get rid of the hidden danger? I've already guessed it. The Dharma saint said, there is nothing we can do about it. The heavenly sacrificial talisman's quality is equivalent to the great thousand worlds. No matter how strong my cultivation is, it is difficult for me to touch its essence, let alone get rid of the things left behind by Gutaxian. This can only be a game between the heavenly Tao and Gutaxian. If the heavenly Tao suppresses Gutaxian, then the heavenly sacrificial talisman will naturally be undone and its original power will be restored. We simply can't imagine a game of this level, nor can we come into contact with it. Right now, we're watching the game between the heavenly Tao and ancient immortal treading. It's like a few ordinary mortals hearing about the three Empyreans. Is the difference that big? Wu Dangkong did not believe it. It's even bigger than this. The Dharma saint looked at Wu Dangkong. It's a pity. What's a pity? Wu Dangkong asked curiously. It's a pity that you didn't have sex with Gutaxian. Otherwise, you could have obtained many benefits and secrets. The Dharma saint frowned. Humph! Wu Dangkong snorted coldly. Gutaxian forced me to marry into the palace. I haven't even seen him, but I don't agree with what you said. He has so many concubines, like the Queen of Law. She even had a son with Gutaxian. But so what? He doesn't seem to have any abilities. Do you really think the Queen of Law doesn't have any abilities? The Dharma saint smiled faintly. You're used to doing whatever you want in the harem. But that's because all the concubines who have sex with Gutaxian have actually received a huge boost of power. It's just that they've been strengthened by the restrictions. Now they've all awakened. The Queen of Law should be able to reach the god level soon. Impossible! Wu Dangkong almost screamed. Just wait and see. The Dharma saint said, Gutaxian was able to nurture the juniors of the Celestial Tranquility Department to such a level. He was even able to create a medium-class realm. How could he not have made arrangements for his women? Could it be that after the fall of his country, his women were kidnapped by others and brought shame to him? What kind of existence is he? How could he do this? The Queen of Law isn't of the same mind as you, right? Wu Dangkong asked. All of Gutaxian's women are dead set on him. The Dharma saint said, actually, even the Immortal Master is no exception. It's just that the Immortal Master has other ideas. Only you, who hate Gutaxian to the bone, are also an oddity. Your future achievements will definitely be limitless. Thank you, Lord Dharma Saint, for your praise. However, I've already lost my power. Even if I have the heavenly sacrificial talisman, it's useless. Only the Son of Heaven's Chi can completely activate the heavenly sacrificial talisman and also condense the position of true God. Wu Dangkong said, in the future, I'll still need Lord Dharma Saint's support. I'll definitely support you. The Dharma Saint said, however, the Martial Saint's paradise has already been destroyed. The Celestial Tranquility Department has planted a backup plan. In time, they will completely devour the entire paradise. You can't reverse this. The Martial Emperor was so talented and bold. Such a powerful person was actually captured and killed. It's really unexpected. Now, the control of 1/3 of the Martial Saint's paradise that belonged to the Celestial Tranquility Department has indeed fallen into the hands of the Celestial Tranquility Department. Wu Dangkong was also at his wits' end regarding this matter. The Martial Saint's paradise was a whole entity. The Celestial Tranquility Department was now like a virus invading it. They had already taken control of 1/3 of it and had started to infiltrate the other domains. As such, Wu Dangkong and King Wu Yu were completely helpless. They could only watch as the Martial Saint's paradise slowly fell into the enemy's hands. More importantly, King Wu Yu originally had 9 deity-level experts. Now that Wu Pokong had been subdued, he kept on transmitting his will over, causing the other 8 deity-level experts' wills to waver. In time, the Martial Saints' paradise would be completely seized by the Celestial Tranquility Department and become a part of the small divine province. Right now, Gu Chansha was continuously operating the small divine province. He wanted to turn this small divine province into a minor kiliocosm that could serve as a support to the Celestial Tranquility Department. Jing Xiu, you've come as well. The Dharma Saint suddenly looked into the depths of void space. Chapter 608. Male. Jing Xiu, you're amazing. The Dharma Saint looked at Jing Xiu. You were able to comprehend the profound meaning of the Myrtle Crepe Star. You used the power of faith of the Holy Sama Empire to melt the Myrtle Crepe Star, and then turned the profound meaning of the Myrtle Crepe Star into a microscopic world. Even though you're not at the God Realm, you possess some of the power of the God Realm. Furthermore, this is an absolutely righteous path. In the desert, you expanded the empire, cultivated the land, and turned the boundless immensity sea into an oasis. This is a matter of great merit to the heavens and earth. No wonder you've received some sort of blessing. This is just a trifling matter. It's not worth mentioning in front of the Lord Dharma Saint. Jing Xiu's tone was very respectful. What? You've come here today to obtain the position of true God? The Dharma Saint asked. The Dharma Saint wants to obtain this position. With its power, he can suppress all the Dharma realms and turn them into medium-class worlds. How could Jing Xiu dare to compete with the Lord Dharma Saint for such a grand undertaking? Jing Xiu waved his hands. I think the Lord Dharma Saint has a grand scheme. The reason he hasn't made a move yet is because he wants all the cultivators and experts to enter the broken God kingdom. When the Lord fights for the position of true God, he will suddenly make a move and take the broken God kingdom. This way, all the cultivators fighting for the position of true God will be subdued by the Dharma Saint, including some of the God Realm experts. Even the people from the Tranquil Immortal Department will be wiped out in one fell swoop. And when the Lord Dharma Saint takes the broken God kingdom and fuses it with all the Dharma realms, all the Dharma realms will eventually transform. Jing Xiu, you can actually see through my plans. The Dharma Saint nodded. It seems that I wasn't wrong about you. In that case, why did you come here? Could it be that you want to rely on me? Lord Dharma Saint, I have no choice but to cling to you. Jing Xiu nodded. With His Excellency the Dharma Saint's permission, my holy Samar Empire is willing to introduce the legalism's code of all ages, erect a statue of the Dharma Saint, and offer sacrifices to the Dharma Saint. I only hope that Lord Dharma Saint can protect my empire and help it develop. In the past few years, your holy Samar Empire has developed extremely rapidly. I have to say, Jing Xiu, you are a talent. Even the people in the 72 mysterious gates of the immortal Tao who are good at running a country are not worth mentioning compared to you. If they were to govern the same population of 100,000, the amount of power of faith they could produce would be 10 times weaker than yours. If my school of legalism had a talent like you who is good at management, I'm afraid that we would have advanced to a medium-class world long ago. The Dharma Saint sighed. For a sect, it was important to have peerless masters to suppress the sect, but the most important thing was to manage and develop talents. Only in this way could the sect's mountain gate have a steady stream of people's faith to absorb, nourishing the operation and promotion of the minor thousand world. The so-called way of running a country is nothing more than to help the people and unite the hearts of the people. When the way of the economy is developed, the hearts of the people will inevitably begin to rot, giving rise to many freaks. In order to unite the hearts of the people, they must be brainwashed. Once brainwashed, the people themselves will lose their creativity and will instead restrict the country. These two things must be balanced, and attention must be paid at all times. Right now, the Celestial Commerce Department's governance has a huge hidden danger. They rely on the Tree of Desire to transfuse blood into the world, and then use oaths to brainwash the people. Their methods are too simple. If this continues, it will be fine. Unfortunately, because of the devil calamity, countless people have obtained fortuitous encounters, which will inevitably cause them to swell, and they will not be able to control it. Moreover, in order to show how broad-minded the Celestial Commerce Department is, they do not collect fortuitous encounters. If this continues, more and more people will obtain fortuitous encounters, who will be willing to be ordinary. As a result, as the experts among the people who have had fortuitous encounters brew, there will definitely be a huge hidden danger. If this chapter is not finished, please flip the page. At that time, the tranquil immortal department would be exhausted and would naturally be dragged down to the ground. At that time, even if there is no devil calamity, the imperial court will still fall apart, let alone when the devil calamity is eyeing us covetously. Jing Qiu spoke at length. The Dharma Saint's expression was solemn. He could naturally tell that Jing Qiu had comprehended his own path. I don't want your holy Sama Empire's faith. The Dharma Saint said, I don't want any sacrifices either. However, if you think my Codex of Eternity is useful, you could take it to comprehend. But if my guess is correct, Wan Xinshi is very interested in your empire. What? Jing Qiu's expression changed. You don't need to worry. Wan Xinshi is carrying out a huge plan. The Dharma Saint said, given his status, he will only nurture your empire and will not restrict you in any way. Your empire is developing well, but he doesn't care about it. Just as the Dharma Saint was speaking in the distant depths of the desert, in the palace of the holy Sama Empire, Jing Fanqing was reading through documents. Although he was not the emperor, he was still the most respected minister in the imperial court, and his position was unshakable, because this was the arrangement of the gods. See, in the holy Samar Empire, Jing Qiu was the only god. Moreover, in recent years, Jing Qiu's cultivation had become extremely profound, and with the help of faith, he had activated the profoundness of the Myrtle Imperial Star. Even before he had reached the deity level, he had his own microscopic world. With this, his various miracles and operations were even more profound. Moreover, the Minute Dust world could store faith to aid his cultivation. With the Myrtle Imperial Star's profundities fused with him, he could become a natural-born saint. The Myrtle Imperial Star was equivalent to a Lord of 6 stars, only slightly weaker than Zhuge Lord of 7 stars. However, if Jing Qiu wanted to defeat Zhuge, this was far from enough. The devil calamity has broken out in the divine central continent. I received a lot of information here. I've heard that countless people have had fortuitous encounters. Even old farmers can obtain immortal treasures by hoeing the fields. It's a pity that I'm sitting here right now and can't obtain any of those fortuitous encounters. When can I go to the divine central continent? Jing Fanqing suddenly felt a bit vexed. The divine central continent was now filled with fortuitous encounters. No one could sit still and try their luck. Even some of the 72 mystical gates of the immortal Tao and some of the old fellows from the primeval era couldn't suppress the fire in their hearts. If one was fated to come across a fortuitous encounter like this, they could break through to a realm that they had been unable to comprehend for so long. Throughout the countless calamities that had occurred since ancient times, this sort of thing had been a common occurrence. Jing Fanqing, you can't sit still anymore? It seems that your willpower isn't strong enough. At that moment, a hoarse voice rang out. Who is it? Jing Fanqing was shocked. Then he saw a man in robes and an ancient bronze mask. He couldn't tell if the man was a man or a woman. Knowing that he was no match for this person, Jing Fanqing hastily bowed. Which senior is joking with me like this? If Fanqing has offended you in any way, please punish me. Please do not harm the people of my nation. This chapter isn't over. Please continue to the next page. Very good. You've developed a heart of love for your people. However, this is because the people are your wealth. Losing one is the same as losing an endless source of faith. This kind of love is only for the sake of protecting your wealth, but it's still very commendable. The man in the robes and the bronze mask said, Kneel and kowtow, and I'll accept you as my disciple. Master, please accept a bow from your disciple. Jing Fanqing didn't ask any questions. He knelt and kowtowed 3 times and 9 times. "Oh, you didn't even ask me about my origin, and just took me as your disciple?" The man in the robes and the bronze mask asked curiously. "In any case, it's still a knife if I stick my head out, and it's still a knife if I shrink my head. Senior's magical power is so profound that I'm no match for you at all. If you have any evil intentions, you can just kill me directly, and I won't have any chance to resist. Senior, you came here to ask me to take you as my disciple. If I don't obey and annoy you, it'll be a disaster," Jing Fanqing said. "You're worth teaching." The man in the robes and the bronze mask nodded. "Since you've taken me as your disciple without asking anything, it's your good fortune. Now that we're master and disciple, I might as well tell you that my name is Wan Senshi." "Ah, so it's your Excellency Wan Senshi, the Alliance leader of the Alliance of 10,000 Immortals. Rumor has it that you've surpassed the 3 heavenly venerables, the #1 person in the universe." Jing Fanqing kowtowed again. "Where did you hear all this?" "I'm the one who has surpassed the 3 heavenly venerables, the #1 person in the universe?" The mysterious Wan Senshi laughed involuntarily. "You're an interesting kid, but I don't dare to claim to be the #1 person in the universe. As for the 3 heavenly venerables, although they're my juniors, they've also caught up with them. They're very impressive. Junior heard about it from Wu Dangkong," Jing Fanqing hurriedly said. "I see." Wan Senshi ignored these small details. "Since you've taken me as your master, I'll have to give you some benefits. Your foundation was destroyed by Banish Immortal, and then your life was extended by Do 19. Unfortunately, it's just a struggle at death's door. It's basically impossible for you to rebuild after destruction. However, I have my means to help you recover and improve. You've encountered such a great calamity, but you're still alive, so you'll definitely achieve great things in the future. Thank you for your guidance, Master. What do you want me to do?" Jing Fanqing was overjoyed. "It's very simple. Continue to develop your Sama Empire. The more it grows, the better. However, at the most critical moment, I'll have you hold a sacrifice," Wan Senshi said. "What sacrifice does Master want me to hold?" Jing Fanqing knew that a sacrifice was no small matter. Right now, the power of the entire Holy Sama Empire was in the hands of Jing Qiu. "You don't need to panic. The sacrifice is very simple. It's just a prayer to the heavens to expel the outsider." Wan Senshi made it clear. The outsider is the heavenly talisman emperor. Like a virus, he invaded the heavenly Tao and caused it to sink. Now, we're holding a great sacrifice to save the heavenly Tao. This is the merit of saving the world. This sacrifice is also the sacrifice of salvation." "I see." Jing Fanqing had the root of wisdom, so he immediately understood. "Given your disciples' holy Sama Empire sacrificial ceremony, there's nothing I can do. Master, are you going to gather everyone? The immortal Tao, the demon race, even the demon race, and even humans to carry out the sacrifice of salvation?" "That's right. Once the sacrifice of salvation is carried out, there'll be no hope for Gu Taxian," Wan Senshi said. End of chapter. Chapter 609. Male. All life in the world, gods, demons, humans, immortals, ghosts, and all other living things. Wan Senshi wanted to gather all of them together and hold a great sacrifice. This was the sacrifice of the world's salvation. If all life in the world, all living things could carry out the great rite of salvation at the same time, then perhaps the heavenly Tao could be reversed and strengthened. This was what Wan Senshi wanted to do. It wasn't some crafty plot. At his level, there was no need for any schemes. All he needed was the power of heaven and earth. No one knew how many living things there were between heaven and earth. The land of infinity alone was limitless. In addition to the land of infinity, there were many other worlds, dimensions, and planes of existence in the depths of space-time turbulence. If many ancient beings discovered 1,000 worlds, then there would be god-level experts in those worlds, as well as countless countries, immortals, demons, and so on. They would form their own systems. If all of the power was gathered together to carry out the sacrifice of the world's salvation, then they would definitely be rewarded for saving the world. You know a lot, kid. Once since she laughed. It seems that Wu Dangkong told you all this. She is indeed the key to carrying out the sacrifice of the world's salvation. Without her heavenly sacrifice decree, it would be difficult to complete the sacrifice of the world's salvation. However, the sacrifice of the world's salvation must be carried out in the divine central continent, because it is the center of all worlds. If we gather all of the power here and carry out the sacrifice of the world, then we can spread the idea of saving the world to countless other worlds. In the end, countless worlds will be formed, and countless living things will be inspired to save the world. That will be the true end of Gu Taxian. This is what they mean when they say that all living things are of one heart. Master's plan is simply incomparable. Even the three great heavenly venerates would not be able to execute such a grand plan. If Master's plan succeeds, wouldn't he become the savior of the world? Jing Fanqing knew that his great opportunity had arrived. I'll tell you the main point of the plan. The heavenly Tao has been corroded by the outsiders, and the world is about to be destroyed. Doomsday is coming, and we have to prepare to save the world. I don't need you to believe in me. Your Holy Sama Empire can believe in whoever you want to believe in. However, even if you believe in any existence, it must still exist in this world. If the world no longer exists, what's the use of faith? Wan Xinqi's every word was the truth. Master, is Wu Dangkong the savior of the world? Jing Fanqing asked. If he is, why is she so useless? Under the attacks of the little bastard from the Tranquil Immortal Department, they were forced to retreat step by step. I'm afraid the real savior of the world wouldn't be so weak. Don't underestimate the people from the Celestial Tranquility Department. Even the Dharma Saint, Xing Qiongshi, and the Great Spirit God have suffered greatly. Wan Xinqi said, if you still look down on them, even though your cultivation is high enough, I'm afraid you'll still suffer greatly. As for the true Lord of the world, he had yet to appear. Once the Lord of the Sun and Moon appeared, the Lord of the world would most likely appear. However, since I'm presiding over the great sacrificial rite, the Lord of the world will definitely be drawn here. If my guess is correct, the Lord of the world is currently in the divine central continent and has yet to awaken. If I can find him, I'll have a fortuitous encounter. As he spoke, Wan Xinqi suddenly made a grasping motion. Instantly, a stream of energy wrapped around Jing Fanqing. Then, a medicinal pill appeared within the stream of energy. It was transparent and white, and as it circulated, an old man with a human head and a dragon's body appeared within it. This chapter is not complete. Please continue to the next page. This is a holy dragon pill. Back when I entered the dragon gate of the untainted universe, I gathered the chi of the holy dragon and refined it. Since you've come across such a great opportunity, I'll cleanse your marrow. Wan Xinqi used his own supreme arcane art to refine the medicinal strength of the pill, then infused it into Jing Fanqing's body. Then he flipped the pill over, and another medicinal pill appeared. It glowed with brilliant light, and there seemed to be pure gold flickering within. Under the power of his magic, the pill changed completely, becoming the color of primal chaos. This is a longevity life replenishing pill that I obtained. You've used up your lifespan while cultivating in the black gate of heaven and earth. You've been in a rush to succeed, which has resulted in your foundation being damaged. I'll use this pill to help you replenish it. This pill was obtained by the ancient Son of Heaven, who killed the devil and took his lifespan as a sacrifice to the heavens. It's not something that can be refined by humans. After taking this pill, even if you don't cultivate, you'll still have a lifespan of 3,000 years. Wan Xinqi had actually taken out 2 medicinal pills that even gods and saints would be envious of. It was clear how rich this giant's resources were. He was actually the senior of the 3 great celestial sovereigns. Who knew where this old antique had come from? Wan Xinqi's body shook violently, and he melted all the medicinal strength into Jing Fanqing's body. He didn't stop there. With a light shout, the great Tao rotated, and countless starlight appeared out of thin air, turning into numerous astral dragons that gathered in the sky above Jing Fanqing's head. Jing Fanqing, you are a tribulation taker and have great power. This time, after suffering a calamity and being reborn, you'll definitely have great achievements. In the future, you should be able to assist the savior of the world, and your achievements won't lose out to mine. Wan Xinchi pointed out, and these astral dragons all entered Jing Fanqing's consciousness, manifesting images of the birth and destruction of stars. Jing Fanqing's spirit force increased greatly. This is a wondrous technique that I've comprehended. If you cultivate it diligently, you'll definitely have success. This technique is called the life and death transformation Tao. The superficial world is like a great dream. Life and death are like bubbles and shadows, and a speck of dust is like the universe. If you cultivate this technique, the transformations will become one. Your realm will be unrestrained, and your spirit will never die. Wan Xinchi forcefully injected a large amount of power into Jing Fanqing's body. Jing Fanqing's body suddenly exploded, turning into balls of energy that continued to circulate. His cultivation level rose steadily. You were originally at the 22 transformations of the Tao realm. Although you were beaten back to your original state, your comprehension and memories are still there. I'll reverse time for you. This way, you'll be able to recover your cultivation level. It'll still be at the 22 transformations, lawful manifestations of heaven and earth. Also, I used the Holy Dragon Pill to raise your talent to the level of an innate saint. You'll be able to cultivate to a higher level soon. Also, your opportunity is about to come. As expected, under Wan Xinchi's control, Jing Fanqing's cultivation level was completely restored. His power was almost limitless. His body moved, and with a rumble, he actually turned into a river of all things. The quality of his magic power had reached the 5th level of the True Dragon technique. This level was simply terrifying. Wan Xinchi's shocking methods could indeed steal the fortune of heaven and earth. He had already reached an unbelievable level. After roaring for a full hour, Jing Fanqing's body changed. He was back in human form. Gu Qinsha, I definitely won't let you have it easy. I'm going to completely destroy you. I'll let you taste what it feels like to lose all your power. I'll also make you wish you were dead. This chapter isn't over. Please continue. If you still think like that, you'll probably be beaten back to your original state by Gu Qinsha. The current Gu Qinsha isn't someone you can deal with. Wan Xinchi sighed. With his current cultivation level, as long as he intentionally hides it, I won't be able to kill him. If he uses the power of a medium-sized world, even a saint who has cultivated to the 36 transformations of embodiment will have to retreat. Your current bit of power is just a strand of hair in front of him. He can turn you to ashes with a single breath. How can you be his match? Jing Fanqing's eyes dimmed. He had heard a lot of news recently, especially about the Imperial Court Conference half a year ago. Gu Qinsha had displayed his ferocious might, forcing many deity-rank old ancestors into a sorry state. With Jing Fanqing's current cultivation level, he had already recovered to his peak strength. However, revenge was still a long way off. Even if he were 10,000 times stronger, he still wouldn't have any hope of doing so. Deities had microscopic worlds, and 1,000 microscopic worlds were equivalent to a minor kiliocosm. 1,000 minor kiliocosms were equivalent to a medium-sized world. In theory, a medium-sized world was equivalent to 1,000,000 deity rank experts. How could Jing Fanqing possibly compare to such an enormous power? Of course, with Gu Qinsha's current cultivation level, it was impossible for him to mobilize the full power of a medium-sized world. A medium-sized world was like a country. When it went on a campaign against the outside world, it was impossible for every citizen to be a soldier. Don't be discouraged. Gu Qinsha is far too heaven-defying. He will surely meet his doom. At that time, not even the heavens and the earth will tolerate him. That will be the end of his road for him. One Senshi said, "Right now, this boy's luck is still flourishing, but that's all part of Gu Taxian's plan." As more and more fortuitous encounters erupt in the Divine Prefecture, it will become increasingly difficult for him to manage the world. The world is in turmoil, and there has never been a lack of ambitious people. As long as there are ambitious people, the world will not develop according to the wishes of those of the younger generation. Master, I understand. I must endure and wait for an opportunity. Jing Fanqing buried his killing intent deep in his heart. That Gu Chansha won't have a good time sooner or later. That's right. As long as we successfully hold the great ceremony of salvation, it will be their doomsday, once Senshi said. Master, should I go to the Divine Prefecture now? Jing Fanqing asked. You can send an avatar there, but your main focus should still be on the way of governing the country. You should truly expand the Holy Sama Empire and create a brand new civilization in this vast desert. This kind of cultivation is not something that can be compared to condensing magical power and comprehending realms. Of course, if your incarnation goes to the Divine Prefecture, you'll find great opportunities. Wan Xinchi took out a treasure. It was a painting. Within the painting, there were mountains, rivers, and people. In the center of the mountains and rivers was a great tree, which covered most of the painting. It had an endless flavor. The painting was a primordial treasure and contained a microscopic world. This treasure was personally refined by me. It's called the Tao Querying Painting. Within it is a world of its own. There are many living beings, valuable existences that I have sealed in countless worlds. Then, the great tree in the painting is called the Minor World Tree. This Minor World Tree was formed from my comprehension of the primordial tree. It is superior to the heavenly demon tree and the tree of wishes. You can study this treasure and use its power to make the holy Sama Empire grow explosively. End of chapter. Chapter 610. The Minor World Tree is even stronger than the Heavenly Demon Tree and the Wish Tree. Jing Fanqing was overjoyed. So the Celestial Calmness Department relied on the Heavenly Demon Tree to be so arrogant and produce the Human Dragon Armor, Human Dragon Sword, and Human Dragon Pill. If I get my hands on the Minor World Tree, won't I be able to suppress the Celestial Calmness Department? Not necessarily. The Tao-seeking painting is a microscopic world that hasn't even evolved into a minor chiliocosm. The Minor World Tree is only in its embryonic form, so it can't compare to the matured Wish Tree. More importantly, under the baptism of the Heavenly Tao, the Wish Tree will surpass the limits of the ancient emperors and become closer to the primordial tree. Add to that the operation of a medium-class world, and the tree's power has reached a new level. It's not something an ordinary treasure can compare to. Furthermore, the Wish Tree is just an idea. The ancient emperors envisioned it, but never actually refined it. Now that the Celestial Calmness Department has refined it, it has gathered the wishes of all living beings. If my guess is correct, it has already begun to break through some kind of limit. Wan Senshi shook his head. What you need to do now is to nurture the Minor World Tree. Jing Fanqing didn't know anything about the Minor World Tree in the Tao-seeking painting. This tree is special. It absorbs the destiny of others, Wan Senshi said. Immortal Teacher Wan said, use your magic power to activate the tree and leaves will fall from it. Each leaf is a talisman that can be used by ordinary people or cultivators. These talismans have great uses. They can be used for defense, offense, cultivation, and suppression of demons. They also have a part of the world's power to protect the body. Not to mention flying, the leaves have a space of their own that can store magic power and astral energy. Not to mention all kinds of treasures. They can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, immortal energy, and the power of the stars. If a cultivator gets one of these leaves, they will be in an invincible position. If a cultivator gets one of these leaves, they'll be virtually invincible. Master, what is destiny? Jing Fanqing didn't really understand. He was asking a really smart question. The so-called luck, when flipped upside down, is luck. It is a person's fate in the future. One must know that there are millions of possibilities in a person's future. Maybe if your thoughts change slightly, the future won't be what you think it is. When one reaches the 24 Tao realm transformations, one can only see a few futures that are easy to see. As long as the secrets of the heavens change slightly, the future is basically impossible to see. Even for someone in my realm, it will be extremely difficult to see all the futures. One Senshi patiently explained to Jing Fanqing. Once a cultivator grasps the world tree's leaf, that cultivator will be able to dominate for a while and achieve great things. But his future will be cut off. Or rather, the world tree will absorb his future. Or rather, the world. The tree will absorb everything. What will it be like? Will I die? Jing Fanqing basically did not understand such a realm. For example, a commoner. He has many paths to take in the future. Some paths lead to a life of poverty and death, suffering all kinds of pain and suffering. There is also the occasional opportunity to obtain the immortal Tao and walk on the path of cultivation. Other than that, there was the wealth that he picked up along the way, making a fortune from doing business and having a house full of children and grandchildren. There was also the opportunity to obtain the appreciation of nobles and slowly become a high official, enjoying glory, splendor, wealth, and splendor. All of these were the paths of his future. However, if he obtained the leaf of the small world tree, he would basically be the pride of the heavens for the first few years. He would get whatever he wanted. But after absorbing all his luck, the world tree's leaf will disappear and return to the world tree's main body. All of his cultivation power would be absorbed, and his luck would dissipate. He would fall to his death if he walked, and he would choke to death if he drank water. In other words, all of the good paths in his future would be absorbed by the minor world tree. The rest of his life paths will be the worst of all possible futures. He will either wander around, suffer humiliation and torture to death, or die a violent death. He will suffer all the suffering in the world. Wan Senshi's words caused Jing Fanqing's hairs to stand on end. Master, if I manage the world tree, will something like this happen to me? Ha ha! Wan Senshi laughed loudly. How could it be like this? I raised you. And if something like this happens to you, wouldn't everything I've done be for nothing? Don't worry. I'll teach you the true secrets of the world tree. Furthermore, I'll also teach you a technique, the celestial divination technique. It'll work seamlessly with your birth and destruction transformation technique, and you'll be able to completely control the world tree when yin and yang circulate. That's right. Jing Fanqing suddenly thought of something. Rumor has it that after the ancient sons of heaven obtained the heaven sacrifice decree, they immediately became the son of heaven. Their luck was great, and they could get whatever they wanted. However, after the heaven sacrifice decree flew away, the son of heaven's god-sealing art was completely forgotten. Their cultivation techniques were also lost. Although some of the ancient sons of heaven created their own cultivation techniques, their luck was still greatly damaged. Since ancient times, there has never been a son of heaven who managed to escape unscathed. Basically, the ancient sons of heaven all died. Even the two sons of heaven of the G-state profound gate, Shi and Ji, chose to merge into the profound gate grotto heaven. That was also a kind of tribulation. Could it be that Master's change was comprehended from the heaven sacrifice decree? You're worth teaching. Wan Senshi laughed loudly. That's right. I comprehended the heaven sacrifice decree's ability to create the leaf of the world tree. It can absorb anyone's luck and future. This is an extremely profound method of stealing from the heavenly Tao. The so-called heavenly Tao takes away surpluses and makes up for deficiencies. This is not an evil method, but an orthodox heavenly Tao. It doesn't care about good and evil, nor does it care about morality. It only cares about balance. If a person obtains this leaf of the world tree and doesn't use it, then the leaf can't absorb their luck and future. Master, this move is quite powerful. Jing Fanqing was thoroughly impressed by Wan Senshi. I will definitely not let Master down. I will manage the Holy Samar Empire and evolve it into a huge country, a desert civilization. I will complete Master's plan of salvation. Once Senshi nodded. I've already given you everything that should be given. You'll have to rely on yourself from now on. Master, the Dharma Saint, and Master seem to be fighting over some kind of general trend in the world. The Dharma Saint wants to carry out the spirit demon plan. He has his own ideas. What if I encounter the Dharma Saint's solicitation? Jing Fanqing asked the last question. The Warlock Saint will not interfere in matters that I have interfered in. Wan Senshi said, now that the Dharma Saint and I have formed an alliance, his spirit demon plan and my great savior plan do not conflict. Even if the spirit demon plan succeeds, we will still have to carry out the great savior plan in the end. Your disciple understands. Jing Fanqing completely understood. It's good that you understand. Wan Senshi moved and disappeared, leaving Jing Fanqing behind. He grabbed the Tao querying painting and sent his spiritual power into it. Immediately, he saw the small world tree in the dust world. There was nothing mysterious about the small world tree. It didn't seem like it could give birth to any treasures. It wasn't as magical as Wan Senshi had made it out to be, saying that it surpassed the heavenly demon tree and the tree of wishes. In short, Jing Fanqing couldn't gain anything from the small world tree, but he knew that the tree was still in its infancy. He had to manage it well and absorb enough luck before amazing things could be born. He put the painting away, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. Calming immortal minister, now that I have this treasure, I'll take all of your people's destiny. Your future paths have been severed. I, Jing Fanqing, am back. Furthermore, I have the protection of immortal Master Wan. Who would dare touch me? Waves of energy were transmitted out, and Jing Fanqing was very satisfied. Within the medium-sized world of the common people's wish sphere, Zhuge Yu was circulating his spiritual power. Chaotic energy descended from his body, turning into the shadows of mountains and rivers. But in the end, it still turned into chaotic energy. This was the Tao Realm 29 transformation, the realm where one comprehended chaos. Now that Zhuge Yu had reached this realm, he was trying to break through the most important gate, which was to reach the Tao Realm 30 transformation, Grotto Heaven Opening, also known as World Creation Realm. This was God Realm. With my true dragon technique, grade 9 cultivation, and my identity as the Lord of 7 stars, I am breaking through to God Realm. What is this? There is actually a power that is stopping me from forming the Tao. Zhuge Yu cultivated and tried to break through. His spiritual power fluctuations caused a space storm in the depths of the medium-sized world. Zhuge Yu's current strength was huge. The Tao Realm 29 transformation, comprehension of Chaos Realm, used one's own intent to comprehend the chaos world, absorbing the chaotic energy, brewing, changing, and finally turning it into a world. Dust World. This was God Realm. During this process, one spiritual power would turn into world power, and one's strength would increase by leaps and bounds. If one couldn't break through to this realm, one would just be a normal celestial cultivator. The gap between God Realm experts and celestial cultivators was huge and couldn't be calculated by the Tao. In terms of combat strength, if it wasn't for a freak like Gu Chansha, even if there were 10 or even dozens of 29 transformation Chaos Realm experts, they wouldn't be a match for a God Realm expert. As long as a God Realm expert spread out their dust world, they would be invincible. Moreover, God Realm experts use the dust world to cross the chaotic space current, and their chances of survival would increase greatly. Apart from that, their lifespan would also increase. But since ancient times, very few cultivators were able to complete this stage. How tall was the word God? Even with Zhuge Yu's talent, fortuitous encounters, and personality, he was stuck here. Chapter 611. It seems that it will take some time before I can break through this barrier. But I'm not in a hurry. This barrier is just a small node. For me, it won't cause much trouble. Zhuge Yu slowly withdrew his cultivation. If other cultivators tried to break through to the God Realm, they would act as if they were facing a great enemy. but he was taking a leisurely stroll without any impatience. It was obvious that he didn't take this barrier seriously. Indeed, the God Realm barrier was just a small obstacle for him. As long as he accumulated a little bit of strength, he could easily cross it. His true barrier was the 36 transformations of free embodiment transformation. Once he broke through the 3 realms and reached the Empyrean realm, he would no longer be in the 5 elements sect. This was the real difficulty. Chang Weiyang was also stuck at this barrier. She hadn't made any progress for thousands of years. But Zhuge Yu was confident that he could break through this realm. He stood up and suddenly punched out. Unexpectedly, the 72 layers of the divine continent appeared. Then, the diagram of the divine continent appeared in the dimensional realm. At this time, under his control, the diagram of the divine continent was vivid and lifelike, constantly displaying the current changes. Bang, 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 bang. Above the diagram of the divine continent, many places suddenly seemed to explode. There were faint flashes of light. Zhuge Yu knew that these exploded places were where treasures had appeared. Every time there was a flash of light and destiny, it meant that someone had obtained a fortuitous encounter. As long as it was in the divine continent, there would always be people who obtained fortuitous encounters. Whether it was an imperial court official, a common person, a member of the army, or even the disciples of the calming immortal department, there were many who obtained fortuitous encounters. Some of them obtained medicinal pills that cleansed their bodies. Some of them obtained treasures that allowed them to fight and kill, flying in the sky and burrowing into the ground. Some of them obtained sudden memories that allowed them to cultivate a peerless divine technique. Some of them were shown on by a mysterious light, and their aptitude increased. There were too many of them to count. Moreover, the speed at which these fortuitous encounters appeared was still increasing. It was becoming more and more intense. No one could stop this situation. Even if the calming immortal department cultivated a dimensional realm and controlled the world, there was nothing they could do. Zhuge Yu enlarged the diagram of the divine continent and suddenly pointed. The Yonko kingdom's fate was revealed. At the start, the Yonko nation fate was at its peak. It was a golden color with pure white energy that shot into the sky. In particular, the Celestial Pacification Bureau had forced the great aristocratic clans to reorganize the world. In the first 3 months, the hearts of the people in the imperial court were united and the politics were clear. All kinds of policies were passed among the people, and they were carried out swiftly and decisively. There was basically no obstruction. At that time, Yonko's fate had reached an unprecedented peak. And in the dimensional realm of the calm immortal department, the power of O's obtained was like a mountain or a sea, surging without end. But as time passed, fortuitous encounters kept appearing in the divine central continent, and those who obtained them inevitably grew ambitious. As a result, the hearts of the people of the world gradually began to scatter, no longer as united as before. There were also many people with different ambitions who were accumulating and brewing in the dark, preparing to take advantage of the situation to achieve their ambitions. This was something that couldn't be helped. Although the calming immortal department had brought about a trend of thought, it was impossible for everyone in the world to have the same mindset and ideals as the calming immortal department. Even if they wanted to destroy the entire world, it would still be impossible, because this was simply the realm of all living beings are of one heart. This was far more terrifying than the sun and moon shine together or the heavens and earth live together. The thoughts of all living beings were different, and they could change at any time. Even those who had done good all their lives could suddenly have evil thoughts and become monsters. And those who had done evil all their lives could also suddenly have good thoughts, find their conscience, and repent completely. The human heart was harder to fathom than the heavens. The heavens weren't high, but the human heart was the highest. Even if the calming immortal department cultivated the greater thousand worlds, it would still be impossible for the officials and citizens of Yonko to forever be loyal. This was even more so when fortuitous encounters were everywhere. With the eruption of fortuitous encounters, the hearts of the people are beginning to scatter. In a few years, I'm afraid that countless wild dragons and snakes will rise up, unable to suppress them, and they will slaughter each other. Even if there is no devil calamity, it will still be extremely terrifying. Zhuge shook his head, a look of worry on his face. The only way is for our calming, immortal department to maintain our strength, intimidate the world, and slowly turn the situation around. The way of the world is to always forge ahead. Zhuge fell into deep thought again. At this moment, in Jiang province, inside the cave of Fugue Mountain, in the tattered god kingdom of Lushan, the true god throne had already appeared. Taoist Ping, Nan, and Longevity God stared at the deity throne, their hearts determined to obtain it. Only Gu Chensha did not make a move. He knew that the true god throne was not a small matter, and it was still unknown who would obtain it in the end. There would definitely be countless powerful existences watching, and the earlier one jumped out, the easier would be to become a target. Moreover, Gu Chensha was not in a hurry. He believed that he could laugh until the end. Even if the true god throne fell into the hands of others, he could use his heavenly Tao art to take it back. Moreover, the battle for the true god throne was extremely intense, and if he hid, he would have a lot of advantages. Rumble. Between heaven and earth, violent energy was everywhere. When Longevity God saw the deity throne, he knew that all his hopes were placed on it. If he obtained it, he would be able to become a saint. Even if he sat on it now, without refining the deity throne, as long as he obtained the orthodoxy, he would be able to achieve supreme cultivation. His original intention was to find the orthodoxy of Lushan and obtain the cultivation method and principles of Lushan. Unexpectedly, the true god throne was here, which was a pleasant surprise. Although the power of the true god throne could not compare to a minor kiliacosm, there were many mysteries that a minor kiliacosm could not compare to. If a true god throne could suppress one's world, the world would be unprecedentedly condensed, and the benefits would be indescribable. Even the current medium-sized world of calm immortal department could obtain great benefits if a true god throne could suppress it. Moreover, if Gu Chensha obtained the true god throne, he could use it to suppress the minor divine province and turn it into a minor kiliacosm. Even if the minor divine province devoured so many immemorial god weapons, it was still too early for it to become a minor kiliacosm. However, as long as he obtained the true god throne and suppressed it, Gu Chensha could activate the arrangements in the martial saint's grotto heaven and completely absorb it. Then he would be able to completely ascend. Kill. Longevity God threw a punch toward Taoist tranquil chaos. As soon as this punch was thrown, heaven and earth changed. The sun and moon rotated, as if all the blessings and lifespan had been absorbed by this punch. What a good punch! The Tao of longevity and happiness, both blessings and longevity. Taoist tranquil chaos threw out a palm strike. As soon as this palm strike was thrown, everything was reversed. No matter how the wind and waves rose, he could still sit on the fishing platform, turning the tide, quelling the turmoil, and bringing peace to the world. This was Taoist tranquil chaos's tranquil chaos technique. Taoist tranquil chaos was overflowing with talent. The chaos tranquil sect he created was ranked 73rd in the immortal path, only one rank away from becoming one of the 72 immemorial mystical sects. This showed how strong he was. The most important thing was that his chaos tranquil sect had not yet cultivated into a minor kiliacosm. Once it did, it would basically be comparable to the 72 immemorial mystical sects. This was his best chance. If he obtained the true god throne and turned his chaos tranquil sect into a minor kiliacosm, he would have a great say in the alliance of 10,000 immortals. Wan Xinshi would also have to pay attention to him. On the surface, Chaos Tranquil Sect and Longevity God Sect had merged, but in fact, the struggle was even fiercer. Still, each of them went their own way. In the past, Taoist, Tranquil Chaos, and Longevity God had been fighting endlessly. But now, In order to compete for the true God throne, they had to fight desperately. Rumble. The two powerful experts exchanged hundreds of blows here in an instant. Life and death changed, and the power of the world surged. But for Gu Chansha, this was just a small scene. He had seen the scene of Xing Qiongshi unleashing the 100th layer of the divine land. The full power of that punch was enough to kill an Empyrean. In front of this punch, what were Taoist tranquil chaos and longevity god? Give me the true God throne. In the fierce battle, longevity god could not suppress Taoist tranquil chaos, but a smile appeared on his face. Suddenly, a talisman appeared on his body. This talisman was actually signed by the three true gods. As soon as this talisman appeared, the true God throne was suddenly attracted and flew toward longevity god. The huge momentum made Taoist tranquil chaos's face change, and he had to avoid it. Taking advantage of this opportunity, longevity god sat on the throne of the true God. Immediately, light flickered and countless runes wrapped around longevity god, seemingly conveying some kind of message to him. Obviously, the moment he sat on the true God throne, he had already obtained the orthodoxy of Lu God. The moment he took out the talisman, no one expected him to have such a hidden method. This god is a bit cunning. Gu Chansha still did not make a move. He observed in secret. This longevity god has some luck, and his attacks are sinister. Before, he used all kinds of means. Not to mention obtaining the orthodoxy of Lu God, it's still impossible for him to obtain the true God throne. Sure enough, just as longevity god sat on the true God throne and accepted the orthodoxy's inheritance, a space-time crack suddenly opened in this tattered divine kingdom, and a person appeared. This person was tall and thin, wearing armor, standing straight like a javelin, exuding endless majesty. When he saw longevity god sitting on the true God throne, his face changed, and he struck the void with his palm. In an instant, an inexplicable force broke through the void. It was the power of a minor thousand world. Crackle. Unexpectedly, longevity god was knocked down from his position as a true god by this palm. Profound mountain sect. Yuju. Longevity god looked at the incoming person and roared. Your profound mountain sect is one of the 72 ancient mysterious sects, but it's ranked last 72. These years, the number of talents has declined. Are you afraid that I will obtain the true God throne and take away your sect position? Yuju, if you didn't rely on the power of a minor thousand world, you are not my opponent. Chapter 612. The mystical mountain sect was ranked the last. Every 60 years, the mystical mountain sect would hold a meeting to fight the monster race and re-rank the immortal Tao sect. But recently, because the heavenly talisman emperor had suppressed many powerful existences, the monster race and immortal Tao sect had stopped fighting. But in terms of strength, the mystical heaven-earth sect, which had a medium-sized world, couldn't take away the first place. But the second place often changed. In the last 60 years, the Tai mystical sect was second. 120 years ago, it was the Cosmos mystical sect. 180 years ago, it was the Heavenly Dance mystical sect. In the last 60 years, the mystical mountain sect was ranked last. The mystical mountain sect was indeed in danger. There were few talents in the sect. The sect leader, Yu, was only at the god level. He was at the 31st transformation of the Tao realm, creating things out of nothing. Longevity god and common chaos were at the peak of the 32nd transformation, one thought connecting to the heavens. Apart from them, the mystical mountain sect only had Yu, who was at the god level. Originally, the mystical mountain sect had 2 or 3 god-level experts, but they all died. The mystical mountain sect was even more disunited. They were listless and had low luck. The power generated from their prayers couldn't make up for the consumption of the minor kiliacosm. If this went on, the mystical mountain sect's minor kiliacosm would wither and eventually degenerate into a minor world. It could be said that without the support of the minor Kiliakosm, the mystical mountain sect would basically fall to the 72 mystical sects. You struggled to maintain the sect. This time, he came here to obtain the position of true god and become a true god. Not only would he suppress the minor Kiliakosm, his cultivation would also increase and his lifespan would increase. This way, he could continue the mystical mountain sect. Otherwise, if he also met with a calamity, the mystical mountain sect would have no god-level experts. His subordinates wouldn't be able to display the power of the minor Kiliakosm and would be annexed by others. Since ancient times, many of the 72 mystical sects had fallen and were replaced by new sections. For example, the limitless heavenly sect had fallen. Calming chaos, longevity god, you two grass gods also want to enjoy the position of true god. Yuju's body moved, and the power of a minor Kiliakosm broke through the air, enveloping the true god's seat, and was about to take it away. Yuju's cultivation could not compare to longevity god and calming chaos, but he had the support of the minor Kiliakosm. Even in the divine central continent, the power of the minor Kiliakosm could break through space and reach him. With this power, even if longevity god and calming chaos became saints, they would have to admit defeat. This was the power of a spirit dimension. Although the mountain profound sect had withered to an outrageous extent, a rotten ship also had 3 pounds of nails, and a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. He activated his Kiliakosm, wrapping up the seat of true divinity. Just as he was about to take it, another wave of power pierced through the air, cutting off his Kiliakosm power. A woman appeared. This woman was pure and holy. As she danced, heaven and earth spun along with her dance. With a casual move, she easily suppressed the power of the small Kiliakosm. Then, with a wave of her hand, the position of true God fell into her hand. Only a minor Kiliakosm could suppress the power of a minor Kiliakosm. Celestial Dance Mystical Gate's headmaster, Ji Qingwu, Gu Qinsha recognized her. The relationship between the Celestial Dance Mystical Gate and the Celestial Dance Mystical Gate was pretty good. In the past, Gu Qinsha had interacted with their outstanding disciple, Luo Wu, for a long time. There were also rumors that this headmaster had an ambiguous relationship with the heavenly talisman Great Emperor. Thus, the Celestial Dance Mystical Gate and the Celestial Dance Mystical Gate didn't oppose the imperial court. Because of this, as soon as this woman appeared, Gu Qinsha couldn't make a move. After all, they were friends. Gu Qinsha couldn't take a treasure from a friend. Of course, according to the rules of the immortal Tao, for such a treasure and the position of true God, even blood brothers would become enemies. This was because obtaining it was equivalent to extending one's lifespan by 10 times. On the path of immortality, there was no room for tolerance. One had to fight for it, or they would fall behind. This was a heaven-defying path. Once one cultivated to become an immortal, father, son, and brother would become strangers. However, Gu Qinsha didn't lack such a true God position. Moreover, this Ji Qingwu definitely wouldn't be able to obtain it. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Many experts were eyeing her covetously. The most threatening one was the Dharma Saint. Gu Qinsha knew that although he had stolen 6 supreme treasures and a lot of world energy from all the Dharma realms of the school of legalism, after the Dharma Saint returned, he worked hard to make the family prosper. Although he suffered a great loss in the previous court meeting, he didn't make a move. It was said that the disciples of the school of legalism had also encountered many fortuitous encounters in the past 6 months. Moreover, the Dharma Saint had cooperated with one Senshi and other major powers and obtained a lot of resources. Now, as long as the Dharma Saint obtained the true God position, he could use his methods to suppress all the Dharma realms and turn the true God position into a part of all the Dharma realms, creating a medium-grade world. Although Gu Qinsha didn't sense the Dharma Saint, he knew that he would definitely come. At this time, in the space-time turbulence, inside the Sun-Moon altar, the Dharma Saint, Wu Dangkong, and Jingqiu were all observing the changes inside. Any storm in the space-time turbulence was helpless against the sun-moon altar. It could be said that the essence of the sun-moon altar was much more tyrannical than that of a medium-grade world. As expected of the heavenly sacrificial talisman, the warlock saint exclaimed in admiration. If this talisman is used properly and exerts its greatest power, it can pass through all forbidden spells. Even a medium-class world or the barrier of a boundless world would not be able to resist the penetration of this talisman. Moreover, this talisman can pass through the space-time turbulence without any danger. It can be said to be invincible. Unfortunately, I can't completely control this talisman. Wu Dangkong waved his hand. Otherwise, many sacrificial methods can be used to directly enter the medium-grade world of Jingxian Si and mince him into pieces. Gu Taxian has already predicted this. Through the crystal wall of the sun-moon altar, the Dharma saint could clearly see everything in the depths of the space-time. The ability of the heavenly sacrificial talisman was far more than that. Ji Qingwu of the Heavenly Dance Mystical Sect has also made a move. Jing Xiu said, Lord Warlock Saint, rumor has it that this woman is not to be underestimated. She has already cultivated to the 35th transformation of the Tao realm, the primordial dust realm. With the flick of a finger, she can turn the land of dust into the primordial universe for a short period of time. The overall strength of the Heavenly Dance Mystical Sect is not inferior to that of the Tai Mystical Sect. It used to be ranked second. There are many experts in the sect, and the power of the minor Kiliacosm is abundant. If she becomes a true god, I'm afraid she can immediately advance to the 36th transformation. She can also advance the minor Kiliacosm of the sect. It's not that easy for a minor Kiliacosm to advance to a medium Kiliacosm. The Heavenly Dance Mystical Sect is still a little lacking, Wu Dangkong said. Otherwise, I heard that this woman and Gu Taxian have an ambiguous relationship. It's very likely that Gu Taxian has set up some magical effects on this woman. Jing Xiu's thoughts were far more shrewd than Wu Dangkong's. This woman is indeed not simple, but it's not that easy to become a true god. The Heavenly Heaven-Earth sect won't allow it. More importantly, those little fellows from the Calm Immortal Department haven't made a move yet. The Dharma Saint was still observing the sun-moon altar. In the sun-moon altar, all fate has been cut off. No one can calculate the movements of the people inside. Lord Dharma Saint, this decree has already been distorted. With the changes of the heavenly Tao, it has produced a series of consequences. Perhaps we can take this opportunity to truly turn this decree into our own treasure. If we can fuse with it, I'm afraid we'll achieve a great achievement that no one has ever achieved before or since, Wu Dangkong said. That's right, but I'm afraid it's not the right time yet. The main thing is to see how the game between Gu Taxian and the Heavenly Tao turns out. All in all, this is a huge opportunity, the Dharma Saint said. Another expert has arrived. It's actually the old Azure Dragon from the Heavenly Heaven-Earth sect. A playful smile appeared on the Dharma Saint's face. Dangkong, use the Son of Heaven's God sealing technique later. At the most critical moment, use the talisman to get close to the true God's throne. Then, I'll use a spell to pull it into the sun-moon altar. As long as the throne is pulled into the sun-moon altar, the true God's throne will be ours. Even if the three heavenly venerables come together, they won't be able to do anything. They can't do anything to the heavenly sacrificial talisman, so we can easily leave. Lord Dharma Saint, the true God's throne can only be obtained by receiving my heavenly sacrificial talisman. Does that mean I'm the owner of the true God's throne? Wu Dangkong was invincible in the sun-moon altar. Even the Dharma Saint couldn't hurt him in the sun-moon altar. Don't worry. I'm using the true God's throne to activate all the Dharma realms into a medium-class world. Once I succeed, I'll slowly separate the true God's throne and give it to you. Apart from that, I'll also use the world's power to increase your cultivation and help you truly subdue the divine prefecture ominous armor. That way, you'll truly be free from Xingqiu. Right now, Xing Xiong is licking his wounds and has no time to care about you. This is the best opportunity. If I can cultivate a medium-class world, I can completely help you escape. The Divine Prefecture Ominous Armor itself is equivalent to a saint-level expert. Don't you want to completely subdue it and make it your Son of Heaven's armor? Son of Heaven's armor. Wu Dongkong's eyes shone brightly. The Divine Prefecture Ominous Armor is actually Xing Qiong's eyes and ears. It's used to monitor me. I can't control it all. If Lord Dharma Saint can help me, I'll refine this armor and make it my life-bound weapon. After wearing it, I'll at least have the strength of a sage. That's right. We're bound together. Divided, we're weak. United, we're strong. The Dharma Saint had already reached an agreement with Wu Dangkong. At that moment, a huge claw smashed down on Ji Qingwu from within the damaged God Kingdom. Ji Qingwu used the power of her minor Kiliacosm to block the claw's power. Azure Dragon, medium-class world. Ji Qingwu's eyes shone with a fierce light. She threw the deity position away. At the same time, she shrunk her body, concentrated her power, and flashed away. As expected, the huge claw gave up on killing her and grabbed the throne. Chapter 613. The giant claw was a dragon claw. The claw was pure azure in color. When the claw appeared, the entire broken god nation was filled with vitality. That was the Azure Dragon, a sage-level Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon in the Celestial Tranquility Department was far more powerful than the Little Azure Dragon. It was the Azure Dragon in the depths of the Black Heaven Earth sect, the leader of the four sacred beasts. It had reached the level of free-form transformation. The Azure Dragon was even more powerful than the leader of the Black Heaven Earth sect. He had been hiding in the Black Heaven Earth sect and rarely came out. Now that the true God position had appeared, he had to come and fight for it. He didn't have long to live. He was about to merge with the Tao and become a part of the heavenly law, so he was unwilling to give up. If he could become a true God, his life would be much longer. It would be like starting over again, so he had to get it. The Azure Dragon had existed since ancient times and had almost as much power as the leader of the Black Heaven Earth sect. Therefore, he could use the power of the medium-class world. As soon as the power of the medium-class world appeared, everyone was shocked. The power of the Azure Dragon was even more powerful than that of a normal sage. The true God position was about to fall into the hands of the Azure Dragon. Suddenly, a beam of light from a weapon appeared silently. It had the power of destruction and rebirth, and it collided with the Azure Dragon's claw. All the vitality on the Azure Dragon's claw seemed to be devoured by the light of the weapon. In the end, the light of the weapon expanded and filled the entire broken god nation, turning it into a new world from the inside out. Immortal slaying and god slaying, under the command of the three heavenly masters, god slaying. The Azure Dragon roared and slapped back with his claw. Power surged out again and spread everywhere. When it met the light of the weapon, the two disappeared. Then, the true God position fell between the two. It floated in the air and emitted waves of energy, showing the power of a true God. When the light of the weapon dissipated, a person appeared. It was a young man in a scholar's robe. He was holding a pitch-black axe in his hand. The axe gave off a connate aura. The aura kept circulating, and life and death were in the hands of the axe. The axe was extremely powerful. It was obviously a connate spiritual treasure. What weapon is that? Azure Dragon seemed to be a bit scared. God Slayer, I don't think this connate spear treasure has ever appeared. Your immortal slaying and God slaying kill is getting more and more powerful. If I didn't have the protection of my medium-sized world, I'm afraid my claws would have been cut off. This axe is called Clear and Turbid. It was recently plucked from the Hongmeng tree. Naturally, you don't know about it. The meaning of this axe is to split the chaos, to separate the clear and turbid heaven and earth. The clear chi rises to the sky, while the turbid chi sinks to the ground. This axe is extremely powerful. After I received Master's reward, I trained hard, and now I can only barely control it. This axe was a magic treasure on the same level as the ancient extrication bow and the impermanence arrow. It could even harm heavenly venerables. Azure Dragon, I advise you to leave as soon as possible. I must obtain this deity position. The young man was called God-slayer. There were many gods under the command of the three celestial venerables, such as the dark god who had appeared previously. These gods had extremely high cultivation levels. Some of them were actually sages. Although this god of slaying wasn't as powerful as Azure Dragon, he was able to break Azure Dragon's attack with his connate spirit treasure, the pure turbid axe. Also, God of Slaying had also used the power of the medium-class world. That medium-class world definitely didn't belong to him, but to the three celestial venerables. Hee, you must have it? Azure Dragon laughed. You're only the fifth god under the three celestial venerables. The power of the medium-class world you just used must have been stored in the axe, so it's extremely limited. How many more times can you use it? I'm one of the guardians of the Black Sect of Heaven and Earth, so I can use the power of the Black Sect of Heaven and Earth without any limit. Without the support of the medium-class world, can you still use the pure turbid axe? Is the Black Sect of Heaven and Earth going against the three celestial venerables? God of Slaying knew that Azure Dragon was telling the truth. Ha ha! Azure Dragon turned into an old man in an azure robe. The world has changed. The Black Sect of Heaven and Earth has been controlled by the three celestial venerables for so many years. Do you still want us to listen to you? God of Slaying, you're dreaming if you want to use the three celestial venerables to suppress me. Anyone who dares to touch this opportunity will die. As he spoke, Azure Dragon reached for the true God's throne again. You're courting death. God of Slaying suddenly threw the axe in his hand. The entire axe shone brightly and shone on the damaged God Nation again. There was a wriggling force in the God Nation. It gathered and quickly repaired the God Nation. Bang, bang, bang. Inside the God Nation, many treasures exploded and merged with the God Nation itself. The God Nation seemed to have recovered the power of a small kiliacosm. Then, the deity position breathed automatically and cooperated with the God Nation itself. The shadow of the ancient god of Lu appeared on the true god position. It was as if the god of Lu had been resurrected at that moment. You use this method to suppress the God Nation and restore the power of the small kiliacosm, Azure Dragon said. I didn't expect this axe to be so powerful. It seems that the three celestial venerables have found a lot of treasures in the Hongmeng tree. Yes, I will bring out this axe and have it temporarily fuse with this broken divine kingdom. Like this, I can temporarily restore the strength of this divine kingdom. Moreover, with this strength, you will be able to control this dimensional realm, but wanting to quickly break through this divine kingdom will be a bit troublesome. After all, you're not the creator of the medium-class world in the Black Gate of Heaven and Earth. You're just a pet of the ancestral patriarch. God of Slaying seemed to have the whole situation under control. Do you think I came unprepared? The ancestral patriarch was the creator of the Black Gate of Heaven and Earth. A small kiliacosm is no match for a medium-class world. Azure Dragon narrowed his eyes. Do you think you can take the true God's position with this axe? That's ridiculous. Change of heaven and earth, doors swallowing all things. Come out. Boom. Behind him, a huge door appeared. It was none other than the profound gate of heaven and earth, which opened up an ancient vortex that seemed capable of swallowing up the entire God Kingdom. You've used up the Black Gate of heaven and earth's resources. Even if you swallow the God Nation, you'll lose more than you gain. God of Slaying's body was sucked in by Azure Dragon's Black Gate of heaven and earth. Everything in the God Nation was also sucked in. Only Gu Chunsha was not affected. Even the Black Gate of heaven and earth might not be able to defeat the Ball of People's Wish. Both of them were medium-class worlds. Although the Black Gate of heaven and earth had a lot of resources, the Ball of People's Wish had a lot of power. Azure Dragon, are you trying to start a war? Ji Qingwu, the sect master of the Sky Dance Mystical Gate, said, You want to swallow all of us into the Black Gate of heaven and earth? That's right. All of you must die, Azure Dragon said. God of slaying, do you think you're the only one who had a fortuitous encounter? The Black Gate of heaven and earth also had a fortuitous encounter. I was supposed to be cultivating in the Black Gate of heaven and earth, and I couldn't come out, but I obtained some connate Dao Qi from chaos. It's comparable to your clear turbidax, so I can use it to activate the Black Gate of heaven and earth. Let's swallow this divine kingdom. Boom! Azure Dragon turned into his true form and spread out. He occupied the entire small Heliocosm's divine kingdom, forcing the gods of destruction to keep releasing light to resist. Crack! The god nation cracked. The clear turbidax was separated. Oh no! At this moment, Longevity God, the Conqueror, Yu Juju, and Ji Qingwu were all startled. They knew that Azure Dragon was the leader of the sacred beasts. He also had a fortuitous encounter, which was why he came out and controlled the medium-class world of the Black Gate of heaven and earth. Now, as long as they were in the God Nation, they would all die here. Gods of destruction was no exception. Gods of slaying, I knew you would come. Azure Dragon's giant body breathed in and out. His body had already entangled the entire divine kingdom of the small Heliocosm. His own power had actually injected new vitality into the divine kingdom. The gods of slaying's god nation was in danger. Even his clear, turbid axe was about to be swallowed by the Black Gate of heaven and earth. Everyone would be killed and swallowed by him. That was the plan Azure Dragon had come for. He also had a backup plan. The sect master of the Black Gate of heaven and earth hadn't shown up yet, so he would definitely come to attack at any time. The Black Gate of heaven and earth might come out in full force to obtain the deity position. A deity position was no small matter. It was worth a big move from the Black Gate of heaven and earth. Guchinch's heavenly law kept changing, but he still didn't make a move. He was still waiting for the big shot to show up. If no big shot appeared, the Black Gate of heaven and earth would definitely obtain the true god position. Once they obtained it, both Azure Dragon and the Sect Master could become true gods and become more powerful. At this moment, suddenly, the situation changed again. A giant hand appeared. All the space was sealed. No one could tear the void and come in, but the giant hand appeared out of nowhere. The giant hand was filled with the aura of all loss. It was pure Dharma. Dharma's saint. Azure Dragon was shocked. The heavenly sacrifice talisman. You're hiding in the heavenly sacrifice talisman. The heavenly sacrifice talisman could break through all seals. The Dharma Sage's cultivation level was already higher than Azure Dragon's. Now that he had appeared and coordinated with the heaven-worshipping talisman, it was perfect. The Dharma Saint grabbed the deity position and put it away. The deity position was taken into the sun and moon altar. Then, the heavenly sacrifice talisman disappeared. Azure Dragon roared angrily. He retracted all his power and chased after the Dharma Saint. Dharma Saint, how dare you steal my opportunity? I'll destroy all the Dharma realms now. You can't run away from me. Chapter 614. Azure Dragon was indeed enraged. He had made so many arrangements and even had a backup plan. It could be said that the entire Black Heaven Earth sect had turned out in full force and wasted a lot of accumulated energy just to obtain the position of the true god of Lucian. Unfortunately, it had been easily taken away by the Warlock Saint. The Dharma Saint had shown his wisdom this time. Even if the Black Heaven Earth sect used the power of a medium-sized world, they wouldn't be able to trap the decree. If the Warlock Saint had personally fought against the Black Sect of Heaven and Earth, even if his cultivation level was higher than Azure Dragon's, the Dharma Saint would definitely not be a match for the Black Sect of Heaven and Earth. He might not even have been able to become a true god. Unfortunately, the Warlock Saint had relied on the power of the heavenly sacrifice talisman and easily seized it without expending any energy. The Black Heaven Earth sect had made such a big move this time to fight against the gods of destruction and to devour the entire god nation. They had wasted at least dozens of years of accumulation. Countless disciples of the Black Heaven Earth sect as well as the countries they controlled, had been used up just like that. It could be seen that wars were about who had more accumulation. It was similar to a war between countries. Guchen Shah wouldn't start a war easily. Instead, he let the tree of desire and the small divine land keep accumulating energy for the world's wish ball, waiting for the war in the future. Actually, the accumulation of the life's wish sphere was also very vigorous. The most important thing was that during the demon race's attack, more than 10 demon race members had activated their minor kiliacosms, in addition to the billions of demons chanting scriptures, which had accumulated the massive power of the demon disaster for a long time. But during that fierce attack, it had been absorbed by the revolving star passage technique. That meant that the demons had selflessly poured their power into the fairy calming division's ball, that had given the ball thousands of years of accumulation. In addition, Guchen Shah was good at taking things by force and running the small divine land. He could turn himself into heavenly dew and rain. All kinds of cultivators and creatures in the small divine land had been greatly improved. That way, the wish power generated was like a Milky Way waterfall every day. It was completely comparable to the amount of faith produced by the Black Heaven Earth sect every day. The Warlock Saint has some tricks up his sleeve. He joined forces with Wu Dangkong and actually managed to seize the position of True God. When Guchen Shah saw this, a smile appeared on his face. He wasn't discouraged and seemed to have a backup plan. That was because just now he had activated his heavenly Tao art and created an incarnation, which then merged perfectly with the great seat of the true God. This was his method. Up till now, no one had been able to decipher or discover the heavenly Tao technique. Not even the Dharma Saint could do it. Guchen Shah knew that if he brazenly seized the throne of true divinity, he would likely be ambushed by various powers. Although the Calmness Immortal Department was suppressing all sides, a single move would affect the entire situation. He had to be careful in everything he did. It was very likely that this treasure war would turn into an all-out war. In that case, the whole world would fall into turmoil, which would be very disadvantageous to the development of the Calming Immortal Department. Right now, the most important thing was for the world to be stable. The Calming Immortal Department would receive the support of the wishes of the people of the world. Only then would it be able to change with each passing day. If the world was unstable, the Calming Immortal Department would weaken. It wasn't worth it to disturb the world for the great seat of true divinity. Guchen's vision was no longer the same as before. He was always looking at the overall situation. Now that the great seat of true divinity was obtained by the Dharma Saint, he could let the Black Heaven Earth sect and the Dharma Saint fight to the death, and the Calming Immortal Department would reap the benefits. Moreover, even if the Dharma Saint temporarily obtained the great seed of true divinity with the help of the heavenly sacrifice decree, he might not be able to protect it. Dharma Saint, you want to refine this great seed of true divinity? How could it be so simple to combine all your Dharma realms into a medium-class world? When a minor kiliacosm ascends to a medium-class world, the calamity will be unimaginable. I will use my heavenly Tao art to infiltrate this great seed of true divinity and merge with it. As long as you refine this treasure, not only will it strengthen me, but when the calamity arrives, I will take advantage of the advancement of all your Dharma realms and absorb your strength. This is like a dove taking over a magpie's nest. Even if this fails, I will only lose a small incarnation. It can be said to be a very profitable method. At this time, Guchen Shah and the Dharma Saint once again began their battle of wits and courage. Every time he wrestled with these great figures, he would gain a lot of experience. In fact, his main purpose this time was to gain the experience of the Dharma Saint's resistance to the heavenly Tao's call during the Dharma Saint's refining process. This experience was something that Guchen Shah had plotted for a long time. Thinking about it, only the Dharma Saint resurrected among the sages of the ancient era, while the rest fell into oblivion. From this, it could be seen that the Dharma Saint had his own uniqueness. This unique experience and insight was what Gu Qinsha wanted. If he could obtain this kind of knowledge and experience, Gu Qinsha's cultivation would rise by a realm. The Dharma Saint actually took action and seized the great seat of true divinity. Damn it! Longevity God's face was very ugly, but he had no choice. This was a crushing suppression of strength. Even the Black Heaven Earth Gate couldn't do anything about it, let alone him. He knew that this time, the Dharma Saint seized the great seat of true divinity with the power of the heavenly sacrifice decree. Even if Wan Xinshi came, the result would be the same. Wan Xinshi couldn't crack the heavenly sacrifice decree either. However, taking advantage of this opportunity, he tore space and escaped. This time he had gained a lot. He obtained the cultivation method of Lu God. Even if he didn't obtain the great seat of true divinity, after returning, he could try to break through to the sage realm after mastering the 3 great divine arts. Of course, he might not succeed, but even if he didn't succeed, his combat strength would still improve a lot. Daoist calming chaos also left a long time ago. He had a look of regret on his face, but he had no choice. This time, the powerhouses competing for the great seat of true divinity were too strong. If he stayed here, he would most likely be buried here. Heavenly Dance Mystical Gates Sect Master Ji Qingwu also flew up and left. Only the Mountain Mystical Gates U character was left here, seemingly greeting the God of Destruction. Lord God of Destruction, send my regards to the 3 heavenly venerables. The U character said, my Mountain Mystical Gate has always followed the lead of the 3 heavenly venerables. Very well, since you have this intention, I will definitely cultivate you in the future. The God of Destruction held the clear and turbid axe in his hand and spoke to the U character as if he was ordering a subordinate. The Mountain Mystical Gate is really too useless. Fortunately, they were able to stand on the right side. It seems that in the great calamity, the orthodoxy can survive. Instead of learning from the 9 Swords Mystical Gate, the Red Cloud Mystical Gate, they actually sided with Wan Xinshi and betrayed the glory of our heavenly venerables. Even if the calming immortal department let them go, we will not let them go. While speaking, the God of Destruction waved the clear and turbid axe in his hand. Immediately, the axe cut the divine kingdom in half, then squirmed like a whale sucking in water. Suddenly, the divine kingdom was completely absorbed by the clear and turbid axe. After absorbing the divine kingdom, the color of the clear and turbid axe seemed to become more vivid. The God of Destruction nodded, very satisfied. Dharma's saint is bold to actually seize the position of true God. Does he think that after this rebirth, he can compete with the 3 heavenly venerables? The U character nodded. The 3 heavenly venerables have been invincible since ancient times until now. Anyone who goes against them is just a clown. I like hearing this. You go back first, I will pay a visit to the Mountain Mystical Gate. The God of Destruction waved his hand and used the clear and turbid axe to cut open a path and left. The U character sighed. Our Mountain Mystical Gate orthodoxy is struggling to hold on, but it is still withering. Are we going to be completely destroyed like this? I am not willing. While speaking, he also left. At this time, Longevity God had already retracted his true body. Still, Hong Wulu and Gu Qinsha also gathered all his mana, condensing it into Ghost Weep. Brother Weep, looks like we won't have a chance this time. Let's go, Longevity God said. Let's go somewhere else and look for opportunities. All right. Gu Qinsha still want to find out more about Longevity God's movements, so the 2 left together. At this time, Dharma Saint had already returned to his all-Dharma realm. All Dharma realms were in the depths of the space-time turbulence. From afar, it looked like a Dharma ring. This huge Dharma ring controlled all Dharma in the world. But now, a door appeared around the huge Dharma ring, and above the door, Azure Dragon showed his true body. His body that was thousands of miles long stared at all the Dharma rings. Dharma Saint, hand over the position of true God. Azure Dragon was enraged. How dare you legalism go against the Black Heaven Earth sect? Azure Dragon, I think you're the bolder one. Inside the Dharma cutting ring was the all-Dharma realms, and Dharma Saint's mind wave came from it. Although the Black Heaven Earth sect has cultivated a medium-class world, you don't have a heavenly master, and I'm a heavenly master now. As long as I become a medium-class world, the Black Heaven Earth sect basically has no chance. Dharma Saint, do you think it's easy to become a medium-class world? Azure Dragon roared. Even if you get the position of true God, you still don't have enough savings. Do you think you can learn from those little bastards from the Calming Deity Bureau? I can tell you that the opportunities of those juniors can't be replicated. They obtained the world-burying coffin. Coupled with the demon disaster, the Big Dipper, and the infusion of power from countless demons, they were finally able to transform. Furthermore, they had accumulated a huge amount of power. Even a warlock saint doesn't have this. Even if you advance to a medium-class world, you would have consumed all your savings. By then, the medium-class world will be empty and won't be able to exert any power. What's the point? If that's the case, Azure Dragon, try it. I have my ways. Do you think there are so many fortuitous encounters in the world these days? Don't the legalists have any fortuitous encounters? Dharma Saint's voice was heard. The Black Heaven Earth sect can attack all you want. It'll be absorbed by all the Dharma realms. If you don't believe me, you can try. Azure Dragon hesitated for a moment. Meanwhile, in all the Dharma realms, Dharma Saint grabbed the position of true God and flew out, wrapping his Dharma power around it. At the same time, Wu Dankong was still hiding in the Sun Moon altar. She didn't dare to come out, and she was also very wary of Dharma Saint. Master Dharma Saint, what should we do if the Black Heaven Earth sect attacks now? Can all the Dharma realms really absorb the power of the Black Heaven Earth sect? Wu Dankong asked. Of course not. Dharma Saint said, I'm just bluffing. The Calming Deity Bureau was able to absorb the power this time because they captured a martial emperor and obtained the talisman formed by the will of the Dragon Gate of the primitive universe. They also communicated with the world burial coffin. That's why we were able to absorb such a great opportunity. But your heaven sacrifice talisman can absorb a lot of power and convert it, so there's nothing to be afraid of. Chapter 615. Even the heavenly sacrifice talisman. Wu Dankong asked. Of course, the heavenly sacrifice talisman is on the same level as the primitive dragon sect. It's just that your level is too low, so you can't use it. But with my help, you can absorb all the energy. The Dharma Saint said, think about it. The Jingxian department has only obtained a talisman formed by the will of the primitive dragon sect. What you have is the same Dharma treasure as the primitive dragon sect. If it can kill you easily, how can it be called the mandate of heaven? As he spoke, the Dharma Saint sent out his soul energy again. Azure Dragon, think about it carefully. I don't want to go against the Black Heaven Earth sect. There's no need for us to fight to the death and let the Jingxian department take advantage of us, right? Besides, the Black Heaven Earth sect should know. I worked with Wu Dankong and used the heavenly sacrifice talisman to break through the blockade. Now, I can use this talisman to deal with your attacks. Do you think the dimensional world of the Black Heaven Earth sect is comparable to the heavenly sacrifice talisman? The Dharma Saint's soul energy made Azure Dragon hesitate again. Azure Dragon knew how magical the heavenly sacrifice talisman was. He was afraid of wasting the Black Heaven Earth sect's resources. Not only would it be ineffective, but it would also benefit the enemy. Azure Dragon, how about we settle this? I owe the Black Heaven Earth sect a favor. When the deity position appears, I'll help you fight for it. What do you think? The Dharma Saint continued. He was stalling for time. While calming Azure Dragon down, he started to refine the true God position. The true God position guarantees eternal life. The Dharma Saint couldn't care less about the Black Heaven Earth sect. He started to refine the treasure. His Dharma power and all the energy from the dimensional world of the Dharma realm went into it. The true God position immediately started to spin. Countless rays of light shot out in all directions and filled the entire Dharma realm. Willpower subdue. The warlock saint's entire body turned into scriptures and began to wrap around this true God position. He was using his own Tao and his own comprehension to refine the mark of the heavenly way and some things left behind by the God of Lu in the true God position. The seat of a true God was no small matter. Moreover, this seat did not belong to him. It would not be easy to refine and fuse with it. Even the Dharma saint himself had to bring out all of his willpower to fight against the heavenly Tao imprint. This was equivalent to the imperial court conferring the title of governor on another person. If you wanted to seize the position of governor and make it your official position, it would require a lot of effort. The Dharma saint was currently in such a state. He kept fusing his true essence and willpower into the true God throne. At the same time, Guchan Sha, who was with longevity God, felt a chill run down his spine because he felt a large number of memories rushing into his mind. It was the Dharma saint's cultivation experience. How exactly did the Dharma saint break free from the shackles of the heavenly Tao and come back to life? All these things appeared in Gu Chencha's mind. Not only that, the Dharma saint's enlightenment experience, as well as all the magical techniques and secret arts of legalism, all flowed into Gu Chencha's mind. At this time, Gu Chensha was shocked by the huge amount of memories and information. He couldn't help but stare blankly. If it were any other expert, as long as they were not at the God realm, they would have been shattered by the impact of these memories. However, Gu Chensha had experienced this kind of experience many times. This time, he was only slightly stunned. Even the Dharma saint fell into his trap. So that's how it is. That's how it is. Gu Chensha roared in his heart, wishing he could look up to the sky and roar. The Dharma saint is indeed the king of saints. He can actually comprehend this truth. It's really terrifying. He actually has so many secrets in his heart. This enemy is extremely difficult to deal with. Even if we can refine the dimensional world and suppress him, I'm afraid that as his cultivation recovers, he will inevitably achieve great things. A huge amount of knowledge and all kinds of experiences were transmitted into Gu Chencha's will. In this way, Gu Chencha's knowledge was completely perfected. His body communicated with the tree of desire. With a slight turn, the memories and experiences were also transmitted into the sphere of the dimensional world. On the tree of desire, the god of desire immediately digested these memories. Rumble. The entire tree of wishes expanded, and the god of wishes changed again. Layers of halos appeared behind his head, and within the halos, many fairies were born. These fairies were similar to the fairies of the celestial spirit realm. After they were born, they flew, wandered, and chanted scriptures. It was actually the great people's salvation scripture created by Gu Chensha. Now, Gu Chencha's knowledge was many times broader than before. Under his comprehension, the great people's salvation scripture had been modified many times. By now, it was almost perfect. Not only did this scripture contain many mysteries, but it could also adjust the body and mind, resist demons, and cleanse one's body. Gu Chensha combined some of the secrets of the dragon nurturing mantra, dragon making mantra, and holy dragon mantra, and combined all the divine skills he had learned into one. Good. The Dharma saint's memories, the Dharma saint's comprehension, and the secret of the Dharma saint's rebirth. These things are simply treasures. They are even more wonderful than the throne of a true God. This time, the Dharma saint has been tricked again. Even if he has obtained the throne of a true God, if we know all of his secrets, it's the same as exposing himself in front of us. With the Dharma saint's memories, comprehending God realm is as simple as eating and drinking. Zhugiya, who was comprehending in the common people's wishball, suddenly opened his eyes and absorbed all the memories. Then, his body suddenly turned into a giant furnace. This furnace had 8 corners, 8 trigrams, 9 palaces, and 24 solar terms all within. All the knowledge was being brewed in the furnace, and in the end, like boiling water, the essence was revealed. In the depths of the furnace, a brand new Zhuge Yu was born. After that brand new Zhuge Yu was born, world energy surged in his body. The furnace turned into a small world that entered Zhuge Ye's body. Things were just so simple. Zhuge Ye broke through just like that. He reached Tao Realm Transformation 30 and created a world. At this moment, he had become a God Realm expert. A deity rank expert had been born. The Calmness Immortal Bureau had finally produced its first deity rank expert. As the Lord of the Seven Stars and the 9th tier of the True Dragon Art, Zhuge Ye's deity rank was much greater than the 13 deities of the School of Legalism. If one had to calculate, he was at least 20 God Realm experts working together or even stronger. This time, after Gu Qianxia used tricks to obtain the memories and theories of the Dharma Saint, it helped Zhuge Ye's cultivation a lot. This was because Zhuge Ye's cultivation was similar to the Dharma Saints. They were both famous for their peak soul power quality. Apart from that, both of them were at True Dragon Technique Stage 9. The Dharma Saint comprehension was the same as giving Zhuge Ye a clear path. Now, the Warlock Saint's cultivation was already above that of the ancient Lord of Seven Stars, Jiang Gongwang. He had also taken a different path. He had broken free from the shackles of the heavenly Tao and resurrected. Now, what had he comprehended from his resurrection experience? Under the scrutiny of Gu Qianxia's heavenly Tao, there were no secrets. After Zhuge Ye obtained all the experience and comprehended himself, he would immediately become a god. Furthermore, his future would be limitless. It was even possible that he would break through the 36 transformations and become a celestial venerable, just like the Warlock Saint. Pili Pala. The moment that Zhuge Ye became a divinity, the void split open. Endless light and thunder fell down, accompanied by a tearing strength. Even the dimensional realm couldn't stop this. This was a predestined event. Heaven tribulation. When Zhuge Ye reached God Realm, he was far too heaven-defying. He had triggered the balance of the heaven Tao, so the heaven Tao naturally sent down a tribulation to destroy him. In truth, many people would encounter a tribulation when they reach God Realm. But this time, the tribulation had broken through the dimensional realm's blockade. From this, it could be seen how great this tribulation was. Can this tribulation do anything to me? Have a taste of my methods. Zhuge Ye opened his mouth wide and sucked in all the light, lightning, and space-tearing power into his stomach. He then calmed down and did not suffer any harm. The heavenly Tao has indeed become much weaker. In the past, the power of this tribulation would have been difficult to deal with. But now, the power of the heavenly Tao seems to have been reduced by half. Does this mean that the Emperor has the upper hand in the battle against the heavenly Tao? Zhuge Ye had gained enlightenment from the heaven Tao's tribulation. He resolved the tribulation and stimulated his own strength to refine the wish tree once more. The interior of the dimensional realm suddenly became lively. With a god-level master managing it, the power that this dimensional realm displayed was increased by nearly 30%. The moment Zhuge Ye reached God Realm, Gu Qianxia sensed it. He was delighted. Good, very good. Zhuge Ye has actually reached God Realm. Now, our calming celestial department finally has a trump card. My realm is a little low, but it doesn't matter. I can break through at any time. His cultivation was still at the 24 Tao realm transformation, future peaking. But after obtaining the Dharma Saint's memories, he wasn't in a rush to break through. Instead, he started to comprehend the true meaning of the 25 undying bodies. Apart from that, he also had to comprehend Divergent. The Dharma Saint himself had broken free from the Heaven Tao's restraints and became another type of Divergent. His experience and various methods to resist the Heaven Tao summons helped Gu Qianxia in comprehending Divergent. It was no less than the heaven-defying Divergent pill. If it was any other cultivator, they would have already comprehended the path of deviance with their experience. Unfortunately, Gu Qianxia's cultivation base was the heavenly Tao. It was unimaginably difficult to comprehend the path of deviance with his current cultivation base. However, if he succeeded in comprehending the path of deviance, it was very likely that he would surpass Xing Qiangshi, the king of deviance, and reach a whole new level. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.